There's videos like Old Air was going to be hard, or this one is going to be Old Air will be easier than you think. I don't think anyone was arguing that Old Year was going to be harder or as hard as when it originally released. It's more of a question on like the overall player base having such an easier time with Nax, so many people raiding. Um, like a lot of those guilds will have a hard time with Uldir. Was the that's wow, can't we think the opinion. So it's not that the raid itself was hard. It's more like people who were used to Nax raiding are going to get a wake up call. Is all it was. And I think it will break a lot of really casual guilds. Maybe. I don't know, to be honest. I'm assuming so, just in general, when you make things harder, most people just don't become interested in it. So, alright, let's take a look. Sure. Got my volume on. Yeah.
Easier than you think, and here's why.
So everyone and their dog is saying that Ordoir is going to be hard.
Oh,
I'm
look
going
at
to say
that.
that Ordoir
That's the dog.
is only going to be hard if you have a peanut brain mindset towards a raid and managing your guild. Okay, fair enough. It's going to be hard in some ways, but overall, it's going to be so much easier than you think.
Ulduar is obviously not anywhere near Mythic Retail WoW.
Yeah, and that's anyone who actually thought that is a freaking idiot. Like, if this is what that guy thought when he saw those videos, like, oh, everyone's saying it's hard, they're acting like it's harder than, like, retail. It's like, no, absolutely not. But it's harder than what has come out so far. That's all it was.
But I do think Ulduar is a massive step up in difficulty.
Yeah. Exactly it.
Now, the problem with the classic community is they have barely any patience and don't understand that as you get better gear, the easier the content becomes.
I don't think that's just classic. I think that's a MMO, like, in a sense. Because I think that's a casual player base, maybe.
Patience is a quality seriously undervalued in the classic WoW raiding community because we hyper-focus on clearing a raid in week 1.
Yeah, that's the thing. These guys, they were so impatient. They just they just cleared the whole raid in 78 minutes.
Yeah.
They didn't want to deal with it. They didn't want to see it anymore. So just get it out.
Pretty much.
That's what we're used to. When in reality, if you spend 3 to 4 weeks progressing on a raid, that's pretty normal by the standards of modern MMO raiding. Yep. That's normal difficulty. Although our normal modes
on retail, I think,
going to be breaking guilds. Yes, the hard modes will be much more challenging.
Yeah, it will. Absolutely it will. Will it break, like, the actual decent guilds? No. But, like, to me, it's, like, no doubt that it will break some of the extreme, like, very, very casual guilds.
If you're able to clear Ordoir on normal mode, it's going to be an absolute Chinese buffet of gear upgrades for your raid team. Not to mention how 10-man mode is also available and much easier and provides a truckload of even more better gear upgrades.
It provides better gear than 25,
I still haven't mentioned how Heroic Plus dungeons will contain raid loots from the previous tier and 10-mans from the previous.
I mean, time's going to really tell on what is going to be right, because that way they can just check the Warcraft logs on, you know, how many guilds actually defeated it.
Tier will now contain
versus
25-man loot. And even on top of that, 25-man mode will drop more loot. By the way, guys, if you are looking to get ready for Ulduar, I do have a little cheeky, very fast gold-making method on my subscriber-only video. All you have to do is subscribe and you'll see it on my channel page. And if you're still leveling your character or trying to get some alts leveled up for Ulduar, you definitely want to be checking out the Rested XP leveling add-on. Rested XP just makes the leveling experience so smooth and so chill because it tells you exactly what to do. It tells you about secret quests
you just
that
buy
you
a
can pick
boost?
up for extra
At that point, yeah.
XP and tells you about graveyard and death skips to speed it up even more. And if you want 5% off, be sure to use my affiliate code down in the description. But anyway,
5% off. Like, that's not, I don't even mean to be rude, man, but that's really not much of a deal, but it's still something. But it's like Asmund said, like, if you're going to pay for something, why not just pay for a boost?
Let's carry on. When phase 2 drops, we're going to...
Unless that's something that is permanent, in which case, obviously, if you plan to level a bunch of alts, that might be a better value.
Be able to hoover up many, many gear upgrades as a
I
player,
will,
and a
yes.
power spike of your raid will bump up dramatically. Yes, raiding Orduar Week 1 will be fairly challenging, especially if you're trying to get every single hard mode complete.
How the fuck does this shitty DK have this axe and I don't?
Gorehound.
This shitty fucking DK. And I'm sitting here with a blue, main tanking all the water. This is ridiculous.
Oh, that's not
So
Gorehound,
fucking
right?
pissed.
But I
is
guarantee
it? I
after
can't
about 3
remember.
weeks, most guilds have every boss and most of the hard modes completed.
Gorehound's a
and therefore
two-hander.
the raid totally on
Mhm.
farm. Because even some of the hard modes themselves are really easy, to be honest, because they are just simple DPS checks.
Yeah, they're
and
they're
that's
not
just
bad.
I'm like thinking about like Gorehound. Like, why did I even think that? That's freaking. Isn't that Burning Crusade? I'm so dumb.
totally normal. The difficulty of Ulduar is just going to feel like you're in a normal raid environment, especially for the retail player. If the content was difficult, it would take much longer to complete all of the hard modes, and the raid
I actually think the main reason why it's not going to take people this long is because everybody knows exactly what to do.
Yeah.
Every strategy for Ulduar has been min-maxed down to a T. And I can guarantee you, if you brought out Castle Nathria again, people would be able to clear it really fast.
Much
Like
faster
the Race to
than
World First,
original.
if you had, you know, they
Yep.
had to go back and do Castle Nathria again in like some fucking like hyperbolic time chamber or something, it would happen probably at least 2 or 3 days faster.
in its entirety.
Exactly.
Now, I've been working on a video this week about some of the hardest raid
You don't really need a wipe to figure out strats. Like, you know the strats already.
bosses over many different MMOs in the industry. I know these are extreme examples, but these are real examples of real hard raid bosses and raids. I mean, some raids took over 650 wipes for the top guilds to actually defeat, or only 0.5% of the game's population completed a raid, or in some cases, you had to wait for the next expansion in order to be powerful enough to finish the raid. So
When did that ever
releasing
happen?
not much longer after this video, so be sure to check that one out.
Like, what MMO was that where they released a raid boss where you had to wait for the expansion before they could down them?
I guarantee that retail raiders, not even like mythic raiders, they're going to be sitting back and laughing at this Ulduar is hard narrative, because it's nothing compared to the average mythic raid on retail. The main reason why there's this perception that Ulduar will be difficult isn't because the raid itself is actually difficult.
It's the
It's
players.
because a big part of the classic population are simply less skilled players. And this is because
Thank you.
Well, that's one of the reasons why they like Classic. I mean, let's be fair.
He
It's one of the appeals.
just fucking says it. Holy shit. Let's listen to that one again.
that Ulduar will be difficult isn't because the raid itself is actually difficult. It's because a big part of the classic population are simply less skilled players. And this
I cannot wait to read the comments on this video.
People are going to be pretty mad. But it is true. I mean, that in, like, if you're not playing, like, retail at all, you're only playing Classic, like, you probably got rusty with raiding, even if you did raid in retail at one point, so.
because the game attracts a more casual audience. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with this, of course. But saying that Ulduar is hard because it's a difficult raid is simply, in my humble opinion,
I don't think anyone was saying, like, it's a hard raid, no one's going to be able to do it. It's more like, this is harder than what's been out.
just not accurate. It's
No,
hard.
I think Ulduar is definitely hard. It is much more of a hard raid than any of the raids that Classic has had before this, maybe except for Sunwell,
Someone was
depending
pretty
on
tough.
like what your
Yeah.
guild is, etc. And the reason for that is it's hard compared to Nax. It's hard compared to Malagos.
Exactly.
It's not hard objectively compared to Retail WoW, but compared to the previous Classic content, it's a massive step up in difficulty.
because
I think
on
it's true.
average, classic WoW players
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna agree with the original video because Asmin just said it perfectly. It's like, yeah, it's not hard if you compare it to like retail WoW, but then why are you comparing it to that? Because it's not retail WoW. You got to compare it to its environment, which is like Nax and stuff. In which case, it is actually a difficult raid.
are less skilled raiders than retail WoW raiders.
That's
Just
true.
because most guilds won't be able to complete the raid and all of the hard modes on week 1 does not mean that it's a difficult raid. In fact,
Man, I feel like one thing about Classic WoW that feels good is the numbers that pop up on the screen,
Yeah.
man. Whenever you get like an attack that crits and 2 of your auto attacks crit, and you see those
Big
3
numbers. Yep.
pop up on the screen, it's like you just busted a nut on your monitor. It looks so good. I don't know why they changed that. It was so fucking good, man.
More like, why can't they have it where you can change it back?
just means, again, it's just a normal raid by retail World of Warcraft standards. A more accurate thing to say would be Ulduar is a raid that is no longer easy. Yes, your casual dad guilds might take a while to get the raid completed, but because they're hoovering up so much gear in this phase, it's only a matter of time before they complete the content.
Not fully. There's a few fights that are very mechanic intensive in a way. I mean, obviously not like I said, it's not really that hard of fights, but there's definitely ones where you can't just ignore the mechanics, which is what a lot of those guilds will do.
If you really want,
like they'll take out the DPS check ones, but will they actually nail like Memoron, for example?
They actually, I think that's also true too, because all of the gear in Ulduar got buffed. My understanding was that it was only going to be the hard mode gear, but everything in Ulduar got buffed. Like back in the day, actually, I don't need to go through all the numbers. Basically, every single piece of loot got a +6. And the hard mode gear got even more than that. Like the hard mode gear got like a plus, it was like 239, and now it's 252. So that's like what, 13 item levels? That's insane. So yeah, especially because people are able to farm the easier hard modes, and then they will be able to outgear the harder hard modes, which I think is totally good and totally fine. This is a good thing because it gives people a sense of progression where they get more powerful every single week. That's MMO.
Yeah, exactly. Feels good.
Experience a difficult version of
doesn't mean it's going to be a joke, but it will be easier.
Servers, and people did much less DPS on private servers because there was a much smaller min-max theory crafting community. I mean, it's only a recent thing that Death Knights, for instance, have gone dual wield rather than using a two-hander. In fact, I was looking back at some of my old footage from private servers, and I was doing about 8k DPS in full Ulduar gear with a two-handed weapon, and now I can do like 11 to 13,000 DPS with Phase 1 gear. And bearing those facts in mind, and also considering that private server...
To be fair, obviously this weapon here is a Seer's Edge. This is only a 232 weapon, and this comes from XT Deconstructor, 10-man hard mode, and these shoulders, of course, are also tier 7. So this is not full Ulduar gear.
Much more difficult. A lot of the private servers that I've played didn't see a dramatic player drop-off because the raid was too difficult. It just didn't happen. The only time where this really ever actually happened was playing Endless WoW, but that's a story for a different time.
Okay.
The point is, classes have now unleashed their true potential because of all the big brains that have come together and theory-crafted the class to do the maximum DPS. And also, these days, even casual guilds
I actually don't believe that. Like, a lot of players do not theory craft in min-max. It's more like they see who, like, are supposedly the best classes, and that's as far as they look into it. They don't see, like, rotation, what to do in situations. Literally, it's just what's the meta class, and that's that's as far as they go in terms of, like, min-maxing.
Really go sweaty and min-max raid setups, because now many raid teams are stacking DK's Warlocks and Rogues, and a few mages in there as well. The DPS that raid groups are doing now compared to private servers and the original Raffle Lich King.
That's like not that sweaty though. That's like the least sweaty thing you can do. Like if you're getting potions and stuff, you're more sweaty than just bringing in a class.
Will be much higher, and I simply don't think that.
Well, you just have better players on the retail servers versus private servers.
And it's not like it's the players themselves are exactly better. It's more like they have to play at a higher level to even play the game. So that's really what it is, which is one of my kind of gripes with retail WoW right now, is it feels intimidating for a casual player to try to get into Mythic or Raiding.
It's just that simple. And why do you have better players? Because the people that they're going to try harder. Like there's more of an incentive to play and try harder on retail servers than
I would disagree. I think it's not the incentive. It's the fact that I mean, in a sense, it's incentive, but it's the same incentive as classic gear. Like you want to get gear, right? So that's the incentive. However, the bar to getting that gear is higher in retail in terms of difficulty because you Mythic Pluses and rating or arena, if you're doing PvP, is going to be harder in retail. Well, maybe not arena, but the other two will be harder in retail than it is in classic. That's pretty much it.
private servers because you can be recognized for being really good on a retail server. You
I mean,
can't
maybe
really be recognized.
I think like if you're talking about the very peak, then I would agree here on this point. But other than that, I don't think like the average player. I mean, yes, everyone wants to be recognized, but I don't think anyone like is under a delusion that they're like the best player in the game or even close to it. Like, if you can't even make it to the top guild, why would you think like your prestige is gonna matter?
recognized for being really good on a private server. That's why every single, pretty much as far as I know, every single speed run, the fastest speed run happened on a classic server.
Well, a lot of times that's just because it's the most fair and the most what's the word I'm looking for? Established thing. It's like with Elden Ring, like all the speed runs are not are usually done with either like the original like first day release or when they've removed like bugs and stuff. But none of them do it with like a mod, like which is basically a private server.
It didn't happen on a private server.
Extra tuning Blizzard have done to Ordoir will be enough to.
But yeah, I mean, definitely, it's like I said, like the very top of player base. Then yeah, for those people who are going for the prestige, it does make sense that you would want to be on retail or at least the main servers versus a private server.
And you also have like way more people. So like
Yes.
for example, if you invite, let's say, let me think of a way to put this. Like if you take 10,000 people, and then another group is 1,000 people, the odds are you are going to have higher highs in the group of 10,000 than the group of 1,000, because you just have more people to choose from.
The progress for the average guild.
Like if you go by percentages, let's say the top 1%, there's way more people at that level with the 10,000 people versus the 1,000.
And again, this is totally fine. Classic
It's not a guarantee, but it's more than likely.
is a different game to retail World of Warcraft, and it attracts a different audience. Classic shouldn't
It's
be
a
as
bigger
difficult as
ecosystem.
retail WoW, and I'm definitely not saying that either. I think the difficulty of Classic WoW is totally fine. They maybe should have buffed Phase 1 just a little bit, but even then,
They did.
it's not massively important because Phase 1 really is just a run-up phase.
Yeah.
Overall, I just think that people are getting their knickers in a twist about Ulduar. Ulduar won't be a hard raid. It's just not going to be a brain-dead snooze fest like Phase 1 raiding
So
was.
it's going to be a hard
It
raid.
will likely be the perfect middle ground. Basically just your run-of-the-mill typical retail WoW raid without the mythic mode. Normal modes will be...
I would agree with that. I think that raids, like difficulty in like WoW raids, I think after like somewhere around like Cataclysm to Wrath, actually made raids worse. Like the games just, the raids just got too hard. They got too hard for the average player, and I think that they just lost a lot of people in translation there.
Absolutely. That in the one of the biggest problems isn't exactly that too. It's wait, why is that all dark? It's to me at least like it feels like when you come back to the game, say for example, you hated Shadowlands, you didn't really like BFA. Like my situation, I didn't really play either of them too much. BFA just because I was not interested at all. Shadowlands I played a little, but I couldn't get into raiding because I just wasn't like the game sucked. I hated Shadowlands almost from the get-go. So I'm like, okay, well I'm not gonna raid because I'm not invested. So I missed those two full expansions, and then coming back, like just because I didn't play it didn't mean the game wasn't progressing in difficulty. So if I had played those expansions and raided, it'd be fine, but I didn't. So now me trying to go back, I'm just like, dude, like it just I don't want to. Like it just feels not I don't know. It just feels like I'm not good enough, I guess, for the raid in terms of like, which is a weird feeling because it's like I've never had that feeling in any other MMO. But with WoW, I think it's because the add-ons as well. Like I feel like, well, I don't know, because the add-on system is just so like in depth in WoW. Like it's crazy once you like dive into that rabbit hole. Like I got like the normal add-ons, and then like while I was like looking at videos, or like, oh, you want to get this, like I forget the name of it now, but it's like this add-on that you can add add-ons into it that like completely change the way the game, weak aura, I think it is, yeah. And it's just like, dude, what? Why can't the game just be good without add-ons? Like, why do I have to get all these things for it to even be like, oh, like I don't know. It made me really not want to raid, basically. So
And they stopped raiding and they stopped playing the game.
yeah,
Like regardless of whether you can do it or not, like I could do it, of course, right? I fucking play video games all day, but think about how many people, like I know this happened with my mom, is like she used to raid in Classic, she raided in BC, she raided she raided
I think I had an echo. One moment. Let's see if I can find it. I think I had an echo. One moment. Let's see if I can find it. I think I had an echo. Oh, that's why.
with my mom, is like she used to raid in Classic, she raided in BC, she raided she raided in Nax, she didn't fucking do Ulduar. And then by the time Kata was out and Miss Pandaria was out, she was not raiding at all.
Yeah,
So that's just what
a lot
happened.
of
I mean,
people were
because
like that.
the raids were just too fucking hard, man.
Just as difficult as normal mode and retail,
Just all
and
there's to
hard
it.
modes as difficult
Yep.
as heroic modes, with Yogg-Saron and Algalon being just a little bit of a level higher.
Yeah.
Now, my advice will be to not do what my old guild did when progressing on Maru. Don't force your raid to wipe over 100 times on one boss. If you're wiping and not particularly progressing on a boss, well, guess what? Your raid isn't skilled enough to defeat it. Therefore,
If I wiped 100 times on a boss in Classic WoW, I would delete the game. Like, I remember one time we wiped on, I think it was like Vicidus or something. We wiped one time, I wanted to quit WoW. I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore, guys. Like, this is, look, it was good. We had a good run, but I'm done. I'm tired of it. I want to move on with my life.
Yeah, I don't know how you can have that much trouble in a classic raid. Like it's just to be fair, like if your guild is like wiping in a classic raid, like I think you just need to sit down and accept like you're you're not playing with good like people who are good gamers. Like not gamers but like are skilled. That's pretty much it. So it's like just let them know like guys, I think we should just gear up more. Like just so we can ignore these mechanics.
you're going to have to wait
I'm
until
such
you
a
get more
bitch.
gear.
I know.
Be patient,
I'm
and
not
everything
sorry.
that Ulduar has to offer will be doable. Especially now, as in Phase 2, there's so many different avenues that you can take to get more gear, whereas in some world progression, you could only do the first few bosses to gear up your raid. And that is one of the reasons why Maru was so difficult, because mechanically, it's such a simple encounter. You just needed so
No,
much...
I guarantee you that shit. Let's watch how people die on this fight. Here we go.
So one boss. If you're wiping and not particularly progressing on a boss, well, guess what? Your raid
That guy just killed him.
isn't skilled enough to defeat it. Therefore, you're going to have to wait until you get more gear
Oh, was that the
to
tank?
defeat it. Therefore, you're going to have to wait until you get more gear.
No, he's
Be
fine.
patient, and everything that Ulduar has to
It's hard to
offer
tell
will
what's
be
going on
doable.
here.
Especially now, as in Phase 2, there's so many different avenues that you can take
Yeah,
to
I can't
get
quite
more
tell.
gear, whereas in
I don't know
some
who
world
has aggro on
progression, you could only do the first few bosses to gear up your raid. And that is one of the reasons why Maru was so difficult, because mechanically it's such a simple encounter. You just needed so much AoE DPS to keep the ads in check. How are you going to increase your AoE DPS of your raid group without getting more gear?
You just, well, there's 4 warlocks in the raid. Just pump those numbers up. Pretty simple. I mean, I can see the problem is right there in front of me. I mean, come on.
Auto progression very simply will not have the same issues.
2 more warlocks.
Anyway, guys, may RNG Jesus favour you when it comes to loot drops. And to all my unholy Death Knight chads out there, do not re-roll. Trust me, there's no need. Just before I jump off the video, guys, normally when you subscribe to a channel, you get absolutely nothing in return.
Yeah.
But on my channel, I have loads of subscriber-only exclusive videos and guides. All you have to do is subscribe, go to my channel page, and the subscriber-only video will be waiting for you. But anyway, guys,
I didn't even know you could do that. What the hell?
Ciao.
That's crazy. What the fuck? All right.
Failed franchises.
Yeah, YouTube has added a lot of things for their subscriber
Bankruptcy.
thing.
So everyone out there,
Classic players don't know the phrase play better. Well, the thing is, like, how could a classic player ever play better if they mastered the game back then? They're already better than they could than retail players. So what's the, like, where do you go from there? This is a Meta Goblin video. We've watched a lot of them. I think it was absolutely fucking hilarious that he just went out and said that. And I think this is true, okay? Maybe I'm just being a dick and this is a little bit of recency bias. But guys, I think people that play Classic are worse on average than people that play retail.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I think so. As somebody who raids on both retail and Classic, I absolutely feel that way. It's not even a question. I fucking agree. Yeah, it is what it is.
Like, I don't even play Classic. But it's like, to me, it's just, it would be the obvious thing. Especially for anyone who only really plays Classic, doesn't really touch retail. Like, on average, they're just working with mechanics that are easier. Like, whether it's in the dungeons, or like the normal, like, knacks. It's like, of course it's going to be easier. So you don't need to get good.
The reason Old War is hard for Classic community is because of the dreaded roster boss. No, it's the monitor boss, and half of the people in your raid team probably haven't beat it yet.
Yeah.
It's pretty tough on Warmane, still able to get cleared. We weren't getting TOC item level gear at the time. Yeah, I think TOC item level gear is going to work. Blizzard actually has a really good idea with this, and it's a very elegant and good solution. Because getting TOC item level gear will not only make Old War relevant longer, which is good in itself, but it will also act as a soft nerf to Old War.
Yeah, I remember that.
So it's like you're getting the 10 or 15% buff that you get out of ICC, but you get it from Old War and you earn it with gear.
Yep.
Raids got harder over time through retail, and Wrath is a solved problem at this point, so skill levels stagnate. Streamer is quite a mess during original progression. There are always people wanting to replace you at the first mistake, always. Yeah, but the thing is, they were bad too. Let's see here if there's any more comments that are interesting. I don't know. I personally don't remember anything in Old War being hard as Kale. Mind you, my guild never unlocked the extra boss. I mean, Kale Thos was pretty hard back in the day. Sure. I mean, I would say so. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we got somebody who's mad. Most Classic players are less skilled than retail raiders. Not necessarily in disagreement with this, but do you have evidence to support this? Yes. If you would like evidence, you can refer to my VOD from today, or you can refer to any of my previous VODs from previous days. That's just it. I don't necessarily disagree with this, but I disagree with this. As in, there's a high possibility it's true, but such sweeping statements ought to have some evidence to back them up. There's no evidence to it, okay? But, like, it's fucking true.
How would you get evidence? Like, how would that even work? Like, just think about it for a second and realize how dumb you sound for even asking for it. Like, give me evidence that the skill player base overall is less than retail. It's like, unless they forced every player to do some kind of skill test, you would never know.
Like, let's be real. Maybe there is, some hidden fucking holy grail of classic WoW players that have somehow figured out the game and can play it. Well, I haven't found them.
That's probably like the world first of classic players. I mean, I would assume. Alright, so that was Oldir will be easier than you think. That's both true and not true. Is it easier than it would I can't speak. Was it easier, or I'm sorry, is it going to be easier than when it first released? Yeah, absolutely. Like the strategies are down. People know which classes are better more than they used to. Metas are like really like broken down to a crazier degree than ever before. So obviously it will be easier than like when it first released. And from what I understand, they're buffing the loot that's dropping too. So it's just like, yeah, it's going to be easier, but at the same time, it's way harder than anything that, like, if you're only a classic player, then this is going to be a pretty hard raid for you. More than likely. Not a guarantee, but more than likely. Okay. I actually wanted to say something real quick. I think with Asmin. Oh yeah, the Halo devs. I think this is the one I was gonna see. I don't know if
Gaming
I have it.
isn't fun.
I'll see this one. If I've seen it before, then I'll just stop.
Gaming isn't fun anymore.
Yep, and this is by Siggy Snake. Never heard of them, but actually, I think I may have reacted to this video. But let's take a look.
If you were to look at the video game industry of today, you might think gaming is in a golden age. Video games have never been more popular.
It is it's not a golden age, but it is better than what it was only because of the amount of money that can be made through it. Makes more and more people who may not have considered gaming to be like something they're interested in putting their time into. Actually something like, oh, well, we can actually make money off of this, so let's actually try to do something. Now, obviously, I do think it's actually it's in this weird place where it's in both the best and the worst place it can be, only because of how unregulated the microtransactions have been.
Professional gaming is a growing and respected sport, and game publishers see
No, it's
record
not.
profits year after.
Well, it's more than what it used to be, but even now, like, I don't think a lot of people, like, if you tell them, oh, I'm going to be a pro gamer, it's just like, oh, okay. It's like telling someone you're going to be an actress. Like, oh, well, best of luck. Like, I don't know how far you'll make it.
After year. This surface level success, however, conceals many of the core issues plaguing
Well, actress or actor, like, doesn't matter.
modern games.
I'm gonna keep it real.
Good place to pause it.
Yeah, that is true, huh? We have Dark and Darker. This is like shit that I played in the last year. We have Elden Ring.
Yep.
I was gonna say Lost Ark, but I feel
no.
like that one would probably be part of this video.
To be fair, Lost Ark gameplay, though, is just insanely good.
You have Hades, New World. What else? We have Valheim, Vampire Survivors. I feel like we've had a lot of really good games come out recently.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not all doom and gloom about gaming, but I feel like if you don't step outside of the mainstream, you probably think gaming is the worst thing that's ever happened. That's what I think. New World, nah, New World is a good game. You buy the game, there's no pay to win, there's like optional fucking cosmetics.
Other than like the lack of content and bugs when it first released, like New World is like a really solid game.
Microtransactions, there's no pay for convenience. You buy the game, it's continuously fucking developed. You can say you don't like the game, totally fine, but do not put it in the same category as Diablo Immortal.
monetization, egregious laziness,
Very true.
and a total lack of passion or vision. In terms of quality and actual care put into games, modern gaming has been on a consistent decline for close to a decade now.
To a degree, yes, but it's because they can get away with it a lot of times. Like, you couldn't really do that before because live service wasn't a thing. You couldn't like get DLC and update your game. So that's why it didn't really release all buggy. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like this guy lives like in a rose-tinted world where like games are now worse. It's like, dude, like, yes, games are worse, but they're also better. I mean, look at the new God of War. Like, if that kind of game released back when like DLC and updating games wasn't a thing, that would blow people's minds. Like, it would be absolutely insane. And same with like games like Elden Ring. Elden Ring, I don't think people could even like compute like how vast the game is like just 10 years ago.
From predatory microtransactions to broken
For a single like
unoriginal
RPG,
games,
single
with the
player.
current drought of new and interesting IPs, gaming has been reduced from a form of
It's boring, I think, that there's not a bunch of like, oh, that's the Lost Vikings, I had that one. It's boring how like people don't want to make as many new IPs. And like maybe it's always been like this, but I feel like every time something new comes out that's
I don't think it's that they don't want to make new IPs. It's, I mean, because I think to be fair, like it's when gaming was first coming out, everything was a new IP, right? You didn't have a choice. But there's been plenty of games that like once they nailed a good game, they like stuck with the IP. Halo, Final Fantasy, Dark Souls to an extent, in a way. And what is it? Like there's just plenty of games like that.
it's like a big title. It's always something that's already been out, but it's got a 2 next to it.
entertainment and artistry to a corporatized money-making venture. As someone who's been into gaming for the vast majority of my life, as someone who genuinely appreciates the passion
That is weird looking.
and artistry
Is that like a broccoli? Like what is that? Radish?
present in games, this mass corporatization and denigration of the
What is this, Salvador Dali, the game? The fuck is this?
Flesh and Will.
Like, I like this
The
is some
HP?
weird ass shit.
medium
Yeah.
is depressing at best and infinitely vexing at worst. I know I'm not alone in this stance either.
Hylix.
The countless failures and disappointments
To be fair with Cyberpunk, like it's actually a really good game now. So
of the modern games industry has left most gamers tired and frustrated.
Yeah.
To that
I mean, to be fair, that's like 53 upvotes for 2 years ago. It's
end, I want to chart the slow descent of this once great industry, look at where it's heading, and what we should do in response.
We should shit on our own hand and then smear it all over yourself and then tell Blizzard that you're not going to buy any more battle passes and delete your battle.net account. That's what you have to do. That's the only thing that'll stop them. Yeah, true. Somebody's got to say it.
Before we can discuss the dismal state of modern gaming, I want to first look at the era which preceded it, along with what made it unique. I think few would argue that the mid-90s to late 2000s was a true golden age of gaming, and for a number of reasons. While the actual quality of
I feel like, you know what the last good game was? In like that era? Halo 3. I feel like
I don't know that I don't remember the timelines for games, so I'm not gonna say which one was the last
after
one.
Halo 3, things were like, but like before then, everything was good. Time Splitters 2, bro, that was like 2002.
But it's also like for every one of these games, there was like 10 that were just trash that he doesn't even bring up. I bet.
That was GameCube. Halo 3. And Halo 3 was like the last S tier game that had none of this shit, not even anything close to it. And then after
Oh, yeah.
that,
I see what you're
that's
saying.
whenever the horse armor started coming in. That's whenever the DLC started coming in. Half-Life 2? Bitch, Half-Life 2 came out in 2004. Halo 2 came out in 2004.
That's funny.
time period can't be understated and will be discussed.
You gotta get
One
your
of the
numbers
biggest
right.
factors in this golden age was the state of gaming and the broader games industry. gaming was considered a more nerdy or unusual hobby back then. You weren't getting
Still
bullied at
kinda
school
is.
for not having the latest Fortnite skin, but for
I never got bullied at school for playing video games. Like, I'm gonna be
Me
honest,
either.
like, that shit never.
Like everyone I knew played video games, even like the so-called popular kids. So I don't know.
That happened to you guys? Like that never fucking. Like, I'm 32, right? So like, I went to school in the 90s and the 2000s. This never fucking happened.
I think the ones
playing
that
video games in the first
kind of got bullied were like the anime guys, only because they were doing like some cringe stuff at school. Like they would be like acting out like scenes from animes, and it's like it'd be different if you were talking about the anime, but you're literally acting it out like you're the main character. So other than that, like I can't think of anyone who like really got bullied for like nerdy stuff.
place. This relative unpopularity meant
'Cause
that
even
the game
D&D
industry
wasn't
was
like
just a
considered that
fraction of its
bad.
current
Really is.
size. Conversely, game developers and publishers were much more numerous back then. Various small and independent groups all competed in the open gaming market, and you'd either sink or swim depending on the quality of your games.
Yeah.
While many studios sunk, those that swam were handsomely rewarded, and typically redoubled their efforts for their next project.
Okay, so you kind of went over it real quick. Many of them sunk. Yeah, because they released bad games, which is still a thing.
Furthermore,
Huge.
these small
There it
studios
is.
were often staffed and led by dedicated
I'm under that
gamers and
controller.
enthusiasts. This naturally
Massive.
leads to much
That's
greater
Lockout.
passion and care put into the games they produced.
Let's
Take,
say
for
let's see.
example, Bungie back in the early 2000s. Their singular goal when producing the Halo trilogy was to make the best, most enjoyable game possible, and it shows in their outlook.
Yeah, that would be
The
alright.
difference between good enough and awesome is
By that logic, though, you're saying like every other game that was bad was because the developers did not want to make a good game, did not want to make like the best game they could, which I just don't think is true.
so big, and I mean, there's standards set by everyone here that, I mean, good enough sucks. You can't do good enough. It's a hard kind of thing to live up to, but it's I mean, the game's going to be better for it.
We are the most cynical.
And you got to keep in mind, like back in the day, people couldn't go and like patch a game in. Like that, like back.
Exactly.
And like this, I think this kind of changed like at like Xbox and like 360. But like, if your game shipped with a bug, your game was shit with a bug, and that's it.
Yep.
Well, like we are the jaded crowd who, if a game
Yeah,
doesn't
you can't
entertain
just
us in
patch it.
5 minutes, we stop playing it.
The passion you see here is honestly commendable, and was something found in abundance both at Bungie and the broader games industry.
The worst thing about this, I think, is that there's a lot of guys that probably still work at Bungie and other studios like that feel exactly the way that these guys do. But the problem is that there are these production machines that create deadlines that make it to where
Yep.
they're not able to produce a quality product.
Absolutely. That and a lot of the monetization choices are not done by the developers themselves.
Like, I actually think that most people that develop video games are actually trying to make a game that's as good as Halo 3.
Or Elden Ring.
I don't think anybody goes into video game development and sits through 80 hours of crunch time just to release a game that's trash.
Yep. Like when Anthem released, man, like that game had so much potential. If they gave it just 1 year, maybe even longer, like it was just so much fun. It really, really annoys me that like such a game, like that game could have been like one of the greats if corporate would get the hell out of the game development. Like I understand they kind of have to be there because you can't have like game developers who just don't ever release a game. That's why the whole development hell is a thing. But at the same time, like they shouldn't be there like setting deadlines. It should be the developer saying like, look, this is what we can get done in this time frame, and if we want the game to be good, we're going to need more time.
I don't believe that. Now, I think that sometimes they're misguided. Sometimes they make mistakes. It's like, oh, this mechanic
Oh yeah,
sucks.
but it's never like
But
intentional.
they're passionate about doing something that they think is good.
Yep.
And sometimes there's only, like the game's got to be out before Christmas. Yep.
And I think like Blizzard even kind of suffered from that, where it's like they were passionate about the game, but the ones making like the decisions weren't paying attention to the player base and were just basing it off of themselves and like thinking they were right.
In addition to having an industry clearly committed to quality, the technological development seen in the 5th, 6th, and 7th generations dramatically expanded what could be done with video games.
That's true.
This is perhaps best demonstrated by the transition from 2D.
This was my game, man. I grew up playing this game. This was, oh my god.
Played it all the time. Yeah.
I would play this game with my mom back in the day. It took me like 4 years to beat this game. I'm not even kidding you. Like, I was so fucking into it.
That's funny when Asman talks about like playing games with his mom. Like, I think about my mom. Like, she always said, it's so funny how she says, she's like, oh, he's playing with the toys and the TV. I think is how she phrased it. She did not understand video games at all.
And
it was funny.
Yeah, I would play that shit all the time. I remember the game would reset, and I learned how to speedrun this game in like 1996 because I could go through the first 3 temples in like an hour and just get back to the fucking Dark World. Man, I would give...
That is actually really quick.
This era. I would give anything to go back to like 1997. Like, I remember I talked to my mom about this game at church. Straight up. Be like, yo, we gonna play some Zelda after this shit? You gotta take me to Burger King.
To 3D, swapping pixels for polygons. An additional dimension not only enabled new and interesting forms of gameplay, but allowed for beautiful art styles and actually realistic graphics. These are your killer 7s for the former and Re-4s for the latter. The size and scope
that
of
Resident
games
Evil
increased substantially in this time period, going from megabytes in size to gigabytes.
Yeah.
Whereas games on cartridges had to make best use of very limited real estate, CDs allowed for about as much game as you wanted, and at then modern graphics. Finally, internet access had reached.
Also, you gotta keep in mind, like PlayStation 3, how much was that on release? It was like $600-700 because it had Blu-ray on it. It was like one of the only
something like that, yeah.
One of the only things that had Blu-ray. $600, yeah. Like I remember whenever it came out, nobody wanted a PlayStation because it was too expensive.
Yep.
Like
I remember that too.
A 360.
Of millions, even billions by this time period, meaning games no longer had to be primarily single-player or couch co-op titles.
Just hit him, assassinated
In short, the games industry not only had the technology to make new and engaging games, but the will and passion to do so. And I feel the results truly speak for themselves.
Yep. I never played any Grand Theft Auto all the way through.
I don't know if Grand Theft Auto was a good one to even bring up, because the new Grand Theft Auto, like, it's actually pretty crazy in depth, especially like the modding scene. So I don't know if I agree with him on like that part of it. Okami, Sonic.
Oh, I played the fuck out of this game.
Yep.
Sonic Adventure 2
as the name
Battle.
implies, a pretty
Oh,
good time.
I love this.
Quite simply put,
Yeah, that was like one of my favorite games of all time.
gamers were spoiled for choice in the 90s and 2000s. While shovelware and cheap cash grabs
I don't think I've
were a
played
thing,
this one.
you
That
had
looks
an
weird.
absolute smorgasbord of quality titles to choose from, no matter what you were looking for. If you wanted to play something on...
But I feel like nowadays, like before we go into the doom and gloom, I feel like nowadays there are a lot of really good games out right now.
There are.
Like
Absolutely.
I actually think so. Like I genuinely believe that there are a good amount of games that are out that are actually fun to play.
your own.
Name 5. Okay. What are the restrictions? Like games without like I mean like okay, obviously one is gonna be
Elden Ring,
right?
Yep.
One is gonna be Elden Ring, but we have good games, yeah. Because it's like I mean I would say I would put Valorant on the list, I would put Valheim on the list, I would put Vampire Survivors on the list. But like, are we talking AAA games? Like, would you put Doom 2016, 2018 on the list? Like
Doom Eternal.
I've seen, I would say yes. You put God of War on the list. There you go. What about like Demon Souls, the new remake of that? I feel like that one's really fucking good. Devil May Cry 5, that one's fucking insane. Yeah, there are a lot of really good games now. Like
Would
Breath of
definitely
the
agree.
Wild. Yeah, there's that one. Like, damn, V Rising. Yeah, V Rising. That's another one. That's like Vampire Valheim.
Just pop in Tony Hawk or literally anything from Nintendo at the time.
I want to go back and play every Zelda game that I missed out on. I stopped. I never finished Link's Awakening on the Game Boy, and I never finished anything after Wind Waker because I thought the style of the game was stupid.
Oh, so he didn't even play Twilight Princess and Breath of the Wild, and like pretty much everything after. Yeah, Wind Waker, at first I did what he did. I stopped because I was like, oh, this is kind of dumb. But I remember my cousin, who was really, really big Zelda fan, was telling me like it's an awesome game. You gotta finish it. So I went back and I'm like, oh wow, like there's so much to this game I was not expecting. It was a really, really good game.
I want to go back and play every single one.
Yeah.
Were over, you had Halo or Mario Kart to rage at and laugh over. And if you wanted to meet
Y'all
cool
remember
new
screen
people on
watching?
the wide world of web, WoW was still relevant
Yeah, it was.
and not terrible.
Man, fuck
Gaming
you.
as a whole was
Shut up.
just fun. People treated it as
Shut-
an
it's gonna
enjoyable,
come back.
exciting hobby. You'd hear from a friend that the
Go
new
feel.
Scrimbo Bimblo slaps.
No, but it is getting
$50
better.
on it, and have a good time.
Dude, people think this game was good. Like it for its time, maybe, but if you go back and play it, I hate this game so much.
Gamers had hope in the industry, and
Yep.
while expectations weren't always met and missteps were had, it was good for a time.
Damn, let me pause this. I just want to look at it.
Is that a LAN party? Oh, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. What is this?
Damn, it's
This
got
a convention?
That's like one of the old. That's like the newer version of Super. That's original Super. That's original Nintendo. That's a. Oh my God, that's not the one? But like I remember you would plug like you'd have the Sonic and Knuckles, and you would plug Sonic 3 into it in order to play the extra characters on the Genesis. Oh man. Wow, I love these pictures.
Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end.
Yeah,
The Roman Empire experienced unmatched prosperity and security for hundreds of years
yeah.
before its slow and pitiful death in the 5th century.
You know what? Like Roman Empire is actually very similar to gaming because it weren't 90% of the people in the Roman Empire slaves. And if you use slaves as a metaphor, like 90% of people in gaming now are free to play. And so like you could think of the free to play players as the slaves, and you could think of the pay to win players as the Roman citizens.
That's pretty dark, but in a sense.
90%. It was a lot.
Not exact,
Okay, there was a lot.
but-
A lot of fucking people were slaves then.
Gaming is no different, and much like the Huns and Goths who brought low the Romans, it was an outside force which plunged the games industry into its dark age, the smartphone. In 1998, Nokia released their 6110 model of mobile phones.
My dad had
The
this.
6110
one of
offered
these.
numerous improvements and updates over the earlier
He
Nokia
had the brick.
2110, one
Yeah.
of which being the addition of Snake. Snake is a game you've likely heard of, seen, or played.
I think I
at some
played this on
point.
a friend's
You
phone.
play as a snake navigating a plane
back in the
search
day.
of food, and need to
This
maneuver.
is where it all began, guys. The reason
The
why
mobile
video
gaming
games are
market.
terrible, you're looking at it right now. If they had never put this video game on the phone, we would be playing every game would be as good as Elden Ring.
around your ever-lengthening body as you go from point to point. It's a simple little game, something you could play for a few minutes at a time, but its inclusion in the 6110 was one of its most liked features. In line with this, mobile phones going forward would often include short little games similar in scope to Snake. Many of these games were shipped with the phone itself, and while it was possible to download additional games, they were never terribly
It's hard to
common or
do.
popular. The system, however, would be completely turned on its head in 2007 upon the release of the iPhone.
Isn't it crazy the fact that fucking like Steve Jobs and Apple just made this shit? Like it's insane how much farther ahead the iPhone was than like anything else at the time. It was nuts.
The iPhone, and more specifically its App Store, offered users a variety of applications and games for purchase. Much like the iPhone itself, this storefront proved wildly successful. Though it released with only 500 apps, in just 2 years this number increased to well over 100,000,
Oh,
and these
yeah.
apps
Yeah.
were downloaded over 2 billion times.
People love this.
Initially, the App Store would sell their games for a one-time, upfront cost. You know, how games were always sold. This
Yeah,
business
that
model
was
would eventually
stupid.
be expanded in 2009 to give apps
Bunch of
developers
wasted
new
money.
and exciting ways of making money.
Exciting.
The biggest addition were in-app purchases, a system we
very
would now
exciting.
call microtransactions.
Ooh.
While many apps made ungodly amounts of money off this system, perhaps the most influential
Because
and
like a lot of them would make a lot of money back then because people didn't even really know what it was.
Yep.
Like yeah, they had no idea.
iconic game in this landscape is Candy Crush.
Yep.
Candy Crush, released in late 2012, is nothing special as a game. You match 3 pieces of candy in a row to earn points and accomplish objectives. Match 3 titles had been around for some time,
It is
and had
satisfying.
successful entries such as Bejeweled. What sets Candy Crush apart from its peers, however, was its method of monetization: predatory microtransactions. While Candy Crush was free to download, it was seemingly designed to incur, then profit off of addiction. First and foremost, the actual gameplay rewards you at every step, complementing and...
Bro, I watched a lot of Train's gambling streams. I watched a lot. And that looks a lot like Dead.
Yep.
I mean, it does. I never played this game, so I had no idea. But damn. Like, look at this.
First and foremost, the
This
actual
part.
gameplay
I mean,
rewards you
come
at every
on.
step, complimenting and praising you for making the right move
That's a
or
duel,
just
yep.
having pieces fall in the right places. You're given
Yep.
dopamine hit after dopamine hit with easy levels until you reach a difficult one you can't quite beat. Candy Crush operates on a life system, and once you run out of lives, you're cut off from the flashy lights and easy dopamine.
Wow.
You can either wait a ridiculous, uncomfortable amount of time until you can get your dopamine fix, or just pay 99 cents for an immediate refill. Both options funnel you into playing, and eventually paying more and more. And it was this Skinner
See,
box...
like, they had this in Bloons. I remember I played Bloons, and you could spend money to redo the last level. And I was like, bro, this is like playing a Super Nintendo game with save state. You're cheating. You're fucking cheating. Now, I would do it if it was on stream, because it would be boring to go through all the levels over and over and over again. Yeah, whatever. So, like, if a streamer does it, it's fine. But, like, am I gonna do this with my own fucking money on my own fucking time? Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. The game was fun.
design that led to Candy Crush's success.
It's like an arcade.
To put it in perspective, Candy Crush alone brought in about $1.1 billion in 2014.
Jesus.
That is a lot of money.
The entire games industry had revenues of $85 billion. A
This is
single
over
game with a
1%.
basic art style and simple gameplay loop made up over 1% of the games industry.
That's
All
sad.
because it had an unbelievably effective microtransaction system.
Over 9 million.
This runaway
soccer
success told the games industry two things. First of all, video
Money.
games were big money, a business venture that could be insanely profitable. This is not
Wait, hold up. Wait. So Clash of Clans makes $1 million a day, even back then. Like, God, bro, I need to start making one of these mobile games. This is we need to get into this. We need to break into the market.
This is not to say the games industry wasn't already massive.
This was like
It was raking in
2014,
tens of billions at the
2015,
time,
somewhere around there.
but it put into perspective
Maybe
just how much
earlier.
money you can make off of games. Second, a game doesn't have to be good in the traditional sense to be profitable. Making a game that is legitimate,
That's always been
fair,
true,
and
though.
enjoyable doesn't have to be a prerequisite for success.
In a sense, but it makes it like way more likely that it will be a success. Like Halo, if it wasn't as good as it is, we would not be even talking about Halo to this day.
It just has to have the right mechanisms to fleece people of their money and have them come back for more. It was around this time period of the early to mid-2010s that you began to see the exportation of this philosophy from the mobile market to gaming as a whole.
Yep.
It's this philosophy which treats games more as a dry business just to make money, rather than an earnest form of art and escapism, that led to this slow decline of gaming.
Yeah, that's what's happened with every fucking media. That's just how it goes. You get the people with
Yep.
a lot of money that get in charge, and then that's the way it is.
For anyone who's paid even a modicum of attention to the broader games industry over the past few years, you'd find it mired in scandals, mediocrity, and disappointment. The reason for this goes back to the philosophy
3,000
shift mentioned
people on
earlier.
Halo.
Games
Oh
aren't
my
being made to
God.
be enjoyed, but to make money.
Yeah.
It's this hard shift in priorities that has just gutted the soul of gaming and replaced it with flowcharts, focus groups, and
Well, it's also that people don't actually quit the games whenever the games are bad. Because if people actually stopped playing the games, people would stop doing this. These companies would stop doing it. But
Yep.
people keep buying the battle passes. They keep playing the gotchas.
Exactly.
It's the consumer's fucking fault. Because they're the ones that are giving the company the money. The
Absolutely.
company's like, hey, we just want to make money. And the consumers are like, well, I want to get farmed for fucking money.
revenue projections.
Victim blaming?
Take, for example,
Yeah,
the
I
explosive
absolutely
growth
am.
in microtransactions over the past decade or so.
Yep.
modern games are often replete with issues such as slow progression, unbalanced gameplay, or a lack of content. This isn't a mistake. These issues are introduced on purpose, with the only way to overcome them being
I mean, to be fair, a lot of the things he's talking about is things they're doing to established IPs that already built a reputation for being good. You can't just come out with a game that has no IP and do all these things and expect it to go well. I'm trying to think of a single game that does it, and nothing's coming to mind. Lost Ark, in a sense, but at the same time, Lost Ark has an insanely good gameplay, like core gameplay. I just don't believe it would have anywhere near the success it does if it didn't at least have that. I think that's what's carrying Lost Ark to this day. That and it's like dungeons are incredibly well designed. Like there's a lot about Lost Ark is just amazing. But you know, it has like pay to win stuff. But like Star Wars and stuff, like imagine they came out with a game that wasn't Star Wars that had all these things. Like the game would die on like day one.
being microtransactions.
Oh, exactly. Like whenever you have pay for convenience features in a game, all you're doing is you're paying the developer to make the game inconvenient.
Yep.
Because if the game was convenient, then you would never pay for the convenience features. So
Exactly.
they make it inconvenient on purpose to make you have to pay for them.
It doesn't matter if fair systems are dropped for a less engaging gameplay loop. It doesn't matter if microtransactions prioritize the size of your bank.
Nah, this is inaccurate. It costs $110,000 to fully gear up in Diablo Immortal. No, it costs $110,000 to fully gear up in a Diablo Immortal season.
As bad as that sounds, that's true. Yeah.
That's it.
Bank account rather than in-game skill. It doesn't matter if microtransactions have led to some of the most addictive, predatory systems imaginable. Microtransactions make an incomprehensible amount of money. That's the only
I don't know why people get all fucking up in their feelings about game companies do this, man. You have these people that are making like shoes using slave labor in third world countries. You're gonna talk to me about microtransactions and about how fucking, oh my god, I can't believe these companies are doing this. They're gonna do anything that they can to make money. That's why you have to
If
have
it's
rules
legal,
to make
yep.
sure they don't fucking do that. Because if they didn't, then they'd just still be doing it. You said that yesterday. I did,
Yep.
because people won't fucking listen. Makes me mad. Whataboutism, what a great argument. No, what I'm saying is, like, if you get mad at these companies for doing it, people have been mad at Nike and Adidas and Apple for this shit forever, right?
They still buy the
About
shoes.
them using like third world labor and this kind of stuff.
And those shoes are still like the most hottest brands out there, so it's yeah.
Yeah, so like, are they still doing it? Oh, man, ain't that something? Yeah,
Yep.
that's crazy, because it doesn't matter if you get mad. Like, it's not like if you get, this isn't like Beetlejuice where like you say it 3 times and he appears. You say microtransactions bad 3 times, they go away. Bro, if you get 100,000 likes on a tweet that says that Nike is bad, that tweet is no longer relevant in 3 days. And Nike still sells shoes.
Yep.
They're still gonna buy it. That's and you might not like it, but that's what it is. Without third world labor, Nikes that cost $1,000, people would complain about the price. Good, bro. You don't need that shit. The Nike, what?
Dude, it's a shoe. Why would it cost $1,000? It's a freaking shoe.
The fuck you need like some weird ass shit printed on your shoe? What do you need, like air bubbles and like 3 different levels of padding for you to walk around your own fucking house and walk to Burger King? You don't need that. Just buy a normal pair of fucking shoes. You're not in the NBA. Settle down.
Yep.
Reason they're so prevalent. To
Oh,
the
and
games
by the way, half the shoes are $1,000 anyway now.
industry, it's more important that their septuagenarian shareholders see a 15% APY than actually give their customer base a semi-decent product. Outside of making games with these predatory, money-first systems, modern games are often released in a broken and buggy state. The recent poster child of incomplete garbage is none other than Saints Row.
Oh, that one.
Aside from having some genuinely cringe-inducing writing and gameplay that's boring too.
Yeah, from what I understand though with Saints Row, like it was just a cash grab. Like they did like little to no work and just released it anyways.
Hours in, the game just does not function.
That's a
Pull
problem.
up literally any full-length review, and you'll see a deluge of bugs, glitches, and broken features in this game.
Jesus.
Saints Row isn't an outlier in this regard either. You had Battlefield 2042 last year, and Cyberpunk 2077 the year before that.
Both. I mean, I see why he didn't start out with these two because both of them have been really fixed. I'm pretty sure Battlefield. I'm not sure on that one. I should have said. But Cyberpunk definitely is just completely fixed. Not completely. There's still like little bugs, but man, it is so much better.
Well, I mean, New World was a shit show on release. And I
Same thing.
realized that New World was actually a very entertaining game, but it only became entertaining if you included the dupes and the hacking in the game as part of the entertainment value the game provided.
Yeah,
So
that's
if
fair.
you included the duping into the game, and it's like this is part of why it's fun, then it became a good game. But if you wanted to play a normal game, New World was not the game for you.
Both incredibly
It is
hyped
better
games
now,
that should
though.
not
And
have
so
shipped in
apparently
the
is
state they were
Cyberpunk.
in. The people at the helm, and more specifically the publishers, just stopped caring. They knew a bunch of gullible saps and stupid teens would drop $60 on their latest shitfest,
Yeah.
so why even bother? Worst of all, if a game totally flops, many of these studios and publishers are so large they can just eat the losses, shelve their broken game, and move on to...
Well, it's because the production studio, like, they
And also, he's wrong on this. If they keep doing it, eventually they're going to burn the goodwill that they had. It's like I was saying, they only do this with established IPs that have a lot of goodwill. Just because it wouldn't fly in like a game that didn't. That's just how it is. Like even Lost Ark. Like a lot of people say it's because they released so much content so quickly that they're okay with it being kind of money hungry because at least they feel like their money's being put to good use. But like for example, the Star Wars like Battlefront, like I know a lot of people who just don't really want to play Battlefield games anymore. Period. Like after the crap they pulled.
their name doesn't get dragged through the mud. It's the people that make the game who get dragged through the mud, even though they're
Yep.
not the ones that made a timeline that's unrealistic. So that's why production teams keep doing this, because they don't lose. So the moment that they kill a company's reputation, it's like a leech, right? As soon as you suck all the blood out of one of them, you just go to the next one.
Yep.
Doesn't matter what happens to them.
the next lazily made entry. Finally, this corporatized business-centric approach to game development has just killed any passion and vision within the larger industry. Rather than
Well, you don't know that. I have a feeling you're not in that industry, so it's hard for me to believe you when you would have no idea. Like, unless you had, like, actual developers coming out and saying it.
prioritizing player experience and creating new IPs, game developers are more preoccupied with garbage sequels, unnecessary remakes, and shameless trend chasing. For me, the epitome
I'm gonna be honest. I love Warzone as a BR, and I think Warzone is very much a transcendent BR that added a lot of new things into the game. The Gulag was a great innovation on the BR genre, and I also thought that I feel like the gameplay of Warzone was really good. Like, it was as good as Fortnite, and it was realistic. So, like, for people that didn't like the way that Fortnite was, that didn't like Apex Legends, like, Futurism either, like, Warzone was your fucking game. And on top of that, they had the buyouts and, like, the spending money. Like, you could buy...
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking. Like, I'm agreeing with Asman here in that. Okay, so you didn't like Fortnite, you can go to Apex. You don't like Apex, you can go to Warzone. This tells me that they weren't just copy and pasting. They were putting their own flair to the things. So you can follow a trend and still be, like, your own game.
different things. I really thought Warzone was a great fucking game. I don't like this idea. Like, people make it like, oh, it's so popular to hate on
I haven't
BRs.
played it,
No,
so I don't
love
know.
BRs. They're fun. Fuck that.
The epitome
I never
of this
played Warzone 2
visionless,
yet.
trend-chasing game development has been the new Halo trilogy. I use the term trilogy loosely here, as the stories in each game have little to do with each other and are all pretty mediocre in their own right.
Uh-oh.
Outside of this lackluster writing, every new Halo aped mechanics from other popular games,
Let's start with
presumably
Halo
because
4.
money. 4 has score streaks and loadouts, 5 has pay-to-win loot boxes, and Infinite has a live service season pass that's so barren and devoid of content, it's genuinely shocking.
Yeah, it's crazy how, like, the thing is, battle passes, I feel like these companies, they just
I don't think they
these
understand.
battle passes.
Yeah.
There's nothing even that good out of some of them.
One of the most groundbreaking, influential, and just plain fun series ever created was utterly castrated by out-of-touch, money-first suits.
Yep.
Most tragically of all, this fate has fallen countless other IPs and series, all reduced to shells of their former selves by visionless hacks and unoriginal frauds.
I think that so much of it is that, like, for example, a lot of companies, they get stuck having to make the same game because this is what the executive leadership want them to do. And that's kind of what happened with Bungie and Halo, is that Halo 3, what was the slogan for Halo 3? Finish the fight. That's the end of the fucking game. And that's the end of the game. That's it. Like, you have Halo 1, 2, 3, the shit's over. Then they make Halo Reach, because Microsoft
ODST
was like, oh,
too.
you got another one in you. You got to do another one. And then they did, and then they moved off of Halo. ODST, yeah, but that was a kind of an offshoot. Like, I feel like that was not as much of a Halo game. But you're right.
That's true.
Like, they did have ODST, and then they had Halo Wars as well. Like, I did not forget that. But my point is that I feel like sometimes development studios feel like they have to continue an IP past the point where it needs to be continued. I'll give you an example for a movie. Zoolander 2. Nobody needed Zoolander 2. Nobody asked for Zoolander 2. Nobody wanted Zoolander 2. It was fine. The Matrix is another great example. In my opinion, The Matrix could have been fine is one movie. Matrix Reloaded, Matrix Revolutions had a lot of really fucking badass scenes and some kind of cool, philosophical fucking, sci-fi stuff. It was pretty interesting, right? So I'll give it a pass. But, like, even the Matrix trilogy is pushing it. Then you make another one. What the fuck? Come on.
Yeah.
The AAA games industry has fundamentally
That's what
regressed.
I think happens. It's
its
like,
priorities totally misaligned
they
with
end
the
up
point of
having
gaming.
to do the same shit.
And unfortunately, it's a situation that I don't see changing anytime soon. It's blatantly obvious that money is the biggest, if not single motivating factor in making games nowadays.
Well, it always was. If they were...
Yeah, it's why arcade machines, like when it was a thing to make it hard so you spend more coins, it's always been that way.
If they weren't able to make enough money with developing a game, then they wouldn't be able to do it because they couldn't pay anybody to keep the lights on. But
yeah,
I think it's about, like, what level of gratuitous income to appease stockholders is enough. And I know the answer to that.
Never.
The answer is always, what's enough? More than this.
And if that's the industry's goal, then they're certainly succeeding. There's no longer a major incentive to make the industry's goal than they're
make up 80... What the fuck? Microtransactions make up 88% of digital game spending?
But I'm also, like, he's including mobile on this. I have no doubt. Like, to me, this only makes sense if you include mobile. If you don't, it'd probably drop down to, like, 30-ish%.
Yeah, no fucking shit they have these in the game. It makes sense.
Succeeding. There's no longer a major incentive.
Because a lot of mobile games are free, so the way they make their money is through in-app microtransactions.
To make interesting or good games, when you can just copy-paste total schlock every year and still make billions.
No, they've been doing this
You can
forever.
vote with your wallet to change things, sure. But the next whale they catch completely cancels out whatever difference you might have made.
That's one thing to keep in mind is, like, like whenever you go to vote, your vote counts as one and somebody else's vote counts as one, right? Theoretically, let's not make this political, guys. Your vote is one, their vote is one. In a perfect world. In a video game, that's not how it works. Is that a guy that spends $30,000 just voted 30,000 times. And a guy that only spent $10 only voted 10 times. And think about how many people need to not spend that money to equal one $30,000 vote. That's a lot.
Furthermore, the AAA games industry has largely consolidated under a select few major corporations and studios.
Yeah.
This, coupled with the increasing barriers to entry due to technological advancement, means there's little reason for innovation and few
I
grounds
hear
for
Unreal
competition.
goes against that though, which is
The
nice
whole of
to hear.
AAA gaming has just become
There's incentive to go for innovation. The problem is it's a gamble. It's not a guarantee you would make money out of it. Just how it is. Like Minecraft and stuff like that.
stale and sad, and out-of-touch ghouls like Phil Spencer
Even the Battle Royale was a gamble. Like, there was no way to know if, like, it would actually really pop off. Especially no way to know if it popped off to the way it did.
and Andrew Wilson are perfectly fine with that. I mentioned at the beginning that I discussed what should be done
This guy is
regarding
very,
the modern
very
gaming
salty.
industry's
Yeah.
dismal state, and I feel the best option for gamers is nothing. The modern games industry
No, the problem is, as an individual, there's nothing you can do. Absolutely. The most you can do is to try to limit the spending on games that you feel are taking it too far. That's the most morally you can do. And if you see someone running for a position of political power that seems to know a bit about technology, try to vote for them. That's about it.
I think that's true. In my opinion, I think what you need to do is you need to push things to their most logical outcome, right? Accelerationism. Just push it as far as it can possibly get. You know, it's like, you know, in order to wear both shoes in FIFA, you have to pay an extra $3 a week in order to, like, you know, use your Nikes or something like that, or Adidas. And if you don't, then you're
Yeah.
wearing flip-flops, and Messi doesn't run that fast when he's wearing flip-flops, and, you know, it's like a big thing. And so just do that. Like, make it as disgusting, as shameless. Like, just have advertisements for gambling for kids. You know, let's have pragmatic. Let's just have them make a video game. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shit.
at this point is a joke. I think by now this should be fairly obvious. Huge conglomerates just push out unoriginal, unenjoyable, and or incomplete titles
Yeah,
year
poker
after
tournament
year
for kids.
that
Yeah.
are able to bank off of
Well, at least you can win
microtransactions
in
and a
poker.
lazy consumer
A
base.
slots tournament.
Unless CEOs actually start caring about art outside of money laundering, or if predatory microtransactions get regulated into oblivion,
Yeah.
I highly doubt there will be any major changes in the industry.
Yeah, I mean that's basically it. But that's kind of always been the case. Like regulation is unfortunately like a necessary evil for these kind of things because corporations will take it as far as they can take it.
So why bother with it at that point? It's better to avoid this
I feel like the majority of microtransactions that, like, the majority of bad ones, like, I don't think that you should, by force of law, tell somebody that they can't buy a microtransaction. I think that's silly. However, I do think that if you spend money on a video game, you should know exactly what you get. There should never be a chance that you get something and then maybe you don't. There should never, ever be a situation where you go from I'm getting something and then now I'm not. And it's like, you see what I'm saying? Like, oh, maybe I'm going to roll this. Like, no gotcha.
I see
no
what he's-
loot boxes.
yeah.
Why not? The why not is because it simulates gambling. It simulates gambling. Video games primarily are marketed towards adolescents and children.
Yep.
The
Even if it's marketed to adults, there is regulation in the gambling industry. And I would say in every state in America. And I would say even in countries that, you know, have gambling, like they also are regulated. So to think that, you know, it doesn't need regulation is just crazy to me. Because one, it is also targeted at kids, but also even like normal gambling that's targeted at adults is regulated.
majority of them are. If you go look at like the top,
Like I don't know, I know a lot of people don't know this, but a lot of casinos, at least in America, or I should say maybe Las Vegas, because that's the one I'm familiar with, is you can't be below a certain win rate for your slot machines. You could be fined for it.
top 100 highest grossing games, over half of them are marketed towards kids, and over 80% of those have loot boxes. Come on. Call it what it is. Make them 18 plus only. Yeah, sure. I would be fine if they made them 18 plus only. I think that's okay.
Constant deluge of disappointment. Then
Source, trust me, bro. Are you really gonna argue with me about numbers?
That's his favorite thing.
You're gonna argue with me that you think that
I think my volume has been low. I am sorry.
I don't remember what a number was? Look it up.
hope COD 37 will be marginally better than its predecessors. Instead, rather than deal with the cultural void that is the modern games industry, just go back to that golden age. A friend of mine remarked that it's sad some of the best games ever have already been made. And while this is pretty accurate, it's also
No, it's
true.
not. It's absolutely not. I think that how most of the best video games most likely ever exist. Yeah, they were saying this before Elden Ring came out and God of War, and then once those games came out, especially Elden Ring, they realized how wrong this statement is. Look at when it was said. Actually, no, Elden Ring should have already come out by this time, I think. But it's still like they were saying this back in even like 2015.
There are countless excellent titles from
up,
back in the
Pikmin?
day that many of us haven't gotten around to or didn't hear of when they were released. They're games often made with passion, and because you couldn't just patch in fixes back in the day, they're actually complete. Furthermore, strong communities for retro titles are still going strong to this day, be it for speedrunning or just for enthusiasts of a particular series. Alternatively, while AAA publishers and studios have seemingly abandoned passion for green slips of paper,
To be fair, we are going to be fair to Mr. Robert here. This was he told this as a joke. He told this as a joke at some investor meeting. He wasn't really being serious about this. Right? Like, I mean, the thing is, you can find listen to what I'm going to say. You can find 50 things to be mad at Bobby about. 50 things to be mad at this dude about. Why do you have to invent 51? Stick to the reality. Stick to the facts.
you're much more likely to find well-crafted, lovingly made games from indie studios.
Yeah, true.
From early
I don't think so. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's focusing on the indie games that are actually good, like Cuphead and stuff. Maybe even Vampire Survivor in a way. But, like, for every one of those, there's probably, like, honestly, like 100 indie games that are not good. Like, go through Steam's store and you'll find them. Like, games that are just bad. But he doesn't bring it up. Like, that to me is just showing me, like, this guy did, like, no research. Like, he's just going off of, like, oh, like, indie games are good, so I'm going to only look at good indie games and use them as examples.
classics such as Super Meat Boy and Binding of Isaac, to recent titles like Hades or Ultra
This
Kill,
is such a good
indie
game.
games have consistently churned out innovative and engaging games actually worth
Exactly.
your time. While there are weird and bad entries in the indie scene, at the very least it's a space that cares about the art of gaming along with their community.
Of course.
Finally, if you
not
absolutely
a
have to
corporate-
play the latest Gears of Halo Theft Auto
Like, they're not corporate. So, of course, like, even the developers at these AAA studios, they care about the game. A lot of them, I'm sure a lot of them do. Like, developing video games is not easy. So it's like, why would they have, like, devoted themselves to this if they didn't, like, find it, like, you know, have a passion for it? Like, it does, I don't know.
5
I really disagree with this guy's whole mentality on AAA equals bad, indie equals good.
or Gorbino's Quest, get it
I think you could say that about corporate as a whole. Like, I don't like corporate in almost any setting at all. I do think they serve a purpose, but in general, I think almost always they do more harm than good.
at a discount. Or,
At least
at
to
a
a brand.
discount. All in all,
What?
even if the modern games industry is in its dark age, it doesn't mean gaming has to be. There are more than enough excellent games
No, I think there's a lot of I don't know if I get that one, but I'm not complaining. So here's the thing, right? I think that yes, obviously gaming, like AAA mainstream gaming, is not in a good state right now. Absolutely not. However, there are a lot of games out there that are still really good. There's a lot of people that still put in work. There's a lot of people that still make great content. And it's like you could say the same thing about art, you know? Like all the best paintings have already been painted. But there's people that become artists every day. I feel like you should not try to, like, not every game has to be as amazing and as incredible as Super Mario Brothers. Like, y'all remember, like, Super Mario 3 came out. Like, this was like maybe like 2 or 3 years before my time. But like, I remember hearing about this. Oh my God. That game changed that game was like Halo 2. You know, that shit came out, it changed everything. It was so good, yeah. I was there 3,000 years ago. It was nuts. And so, like, you don't have to be Super Mario Brothers 3.
New and old to play and enjoy. Games that are free of the hollow influence of this once great industry.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for watching this video. While I haven't covered gaming content much on this channel, outside of a video on last year's Activision fiasco, it is a topic I am interested in and fairly passionate about. The general state of gaming at present, along with my discontent for it, was something I wanted to discuss, as it's been a perennial issue for years now. I hope you found my perspective on this matter interesting, or at the very least informative. Maybe leave me a little comment with your thoughts on this. With that out of the way, shake hands with the like, hug the subscribe button, and that bell. Until next time, take care.
All right, what's that? Oh my, Siggy Snake. Oh, that makes sense, because it's like, yeah. That's clever. I never thought of it like that. It definitely, like, let's be real. Like, this video was some fucking doomer shit. Like, this is something, like, you record the script of this video in a room with all the lights off. Like, you don't have any lights on whenever you record this video. Like, that's a fact. And
yeah, that's definitely true. Like, I don't really agree with a lot of what he was saying. I'll be just straight up honest. But I do think, because it's a bad situation right now where it's, like, really good and really bad. It's really bad with the microtransaction situation being unregulated as it is, but it's also really good because gaming as a whole has become much more accepted as a business venture, and therefore there's a lot more developers for it.
Yeah, obviously people are,
like, there may not be as many studios, but back then you only needed like a handful of people to have a studio. Nowadays it's like, especially like some of the AAA games, if you broke them down like into like a 5-man group, a AAA game could have literally like 100 studios in their one team. So
fucking pissed off about this game, about gaming in general, about these games. Like, they are, but I mean, I could see why. I really can, because it's like gaming used to be so much different than it is now. I think it used to be so much better in a lot of ways, but in some other ways, it wasn't as good as people remember. There were a lot of games that you would buy, and they would be bad games. Straight up, like, they would just suck dick. And this happened on Super Nintendo.
All the time.
It happened on Nintendo 64.
PlayStation.
GameCube.
Yep.
A lot of games suck big fat dicks, and you have a survivorship bias that exists where you see a lot of these games and you remember Chrono Trigger, but you don't remember like some bullshit like fishing game that they made back then that nobody liked.
Yep. That's what I was saying.
PS2's
like, it's not just survivorship bias. I mean, it's happening right now. Like, he brings up indie games as if they're this holy grail, but most of them are trash. Like, I'm not like dissing on the developers, but it's like they didn't make a good game. I doubt it was for a lack of passion. More than likely it was a lack of like knowledge, like experience.
Library was largely dog shit. You're right, but PS2's library spanned 10 years, and so whenever you think about it, there were a number of good games. I appreciate more people talking about this, but I do unfortunately agree with him that there's nothing that we can really do as gamers. Like, we can't, we can't fucking rise up. We can't, maybe.
Gamers aren't really the ones for rising up. Sometimes, yes, but I think it's not something that can be done until they take microtransactions too far. Like, sometimes you see it already, like with the Star Wars Battlefront. But other than that, yeah.
Maybe we make enough tweets at Bobby, he'll stop making microtransactions. Just vote with your wallet, hope it's regulated. The thing is, like, that's what I was saying about vote with your wallet. Like,
Yep.
you voting with your wallet doesn't mean anything whenever somebody else votes 30,000 times with their wallet instead. Nobody.
Yeah, you gotta. It's not just voting with your wallet. You just gotta not play those games. Because if those games die, the people who are voting with like the 30 grand, like say Diablo Immortal, they're not gonna play the game if they're like no one's wanting to play it with them. Like they can't show off all their gear and dunk on people if there is no little fishes for the whale to eat.
Nobody's listening. Nobody gives a fuck about you because they don't need to have a bunch of other people. That's just how it goes.
Yep.
People still gonna buy it, yeah, and it's sad, but there it is. I'll read some comments on this. All right. Only has free battle pass and it's gone. Items in store. Well, I mean, like, wish more devs did this. Yeah, but why would a developer think about it like this, right? Why would a developer make a game that doesn't have gacha in it? Why would they do that? Like, it's their job. It's their career. What if they never make a good game again? What if another game never pops off? What if they, like, it? That's it. I'll turn it down just a little bit. Just give me a sec. I think that should be better. I'm not gonna buy a good game just because the company sucks. Is my point. Well, yeah. I mean, it depends. The enlightened gamer boycott shit. Another person with 1,000x spending power is a whale in your place. Exactly. Gamers are not the main population who consume games. Average Andy who buy $1 microtransactions are. Exactly. And like that's the kind of shit that people don't realize is like video game Andys don't realize that. Think about everywhere else in life. Everything else in life is pay to win. You get fucking, you don't look good, you get plastic surgery. You're fat, you can get pay to win, you get that reduced too. You know, you have, like, let's see, like in a job, like you can pay money in some ways, or you can, you know, have like some fucking weird relationship with the people that are in charge. Like life is pay to win.
Yep,
that's the
absolutely.
point. Life is pay to win fundamentally in almost all regards. Who are the people that get to park in front of the building? The people that make the most money. Isn't that a fucking surprise? So people want to step away from that. That's why gaming was like your escape from that.
That in D&D was like
everybody
that too.
starts on the same playing field. Everybody's on the same level. And the only thing that you can have in this game is what you can earn. And to be fair, that wasn't really fair either, but it was fair for a different group of people, so they liked it. It's like you can't really say that's fair whenever one person has 12 hours a day to play.
Yeah, you're never going to get absolute fairness. Well, you could technically, but it would be like a pointless venture.
The other person has one. So like there's never a real even playing field, but it just depends on how you define even. However,
exactly.
Now you have people that are, you know, conditioned by life. Oh fuck, it's another F. We're good? Yeah, okay. Now you have people that are conditioned by real life to be okay with this stuff because that's how everything else is.
Yeah, that's very true.
So that's the way it goes. How else do they generate funds then? I don't think any, like, here's my line.
Like, you don't have to nickel and dime your player base to get enough funds for the game to have been a success. Like, it was true before all the microtransaction stuff. It can be true afterward.
I don't think they should have gambling in games. Period. That's it. I don't think there should be any gambling
100%
in any
agree.
game.
Like, I remember when League of Legends first introduced loot boxes. Like, I remember talking to my friends about it. I'm like, dude, this is just gambling. And, like, the amount of, like, what's weird is one of them, I particularly remember, this dude was, like, no-lifing League of Legends. Like, he got really pissed off at me. Like, really, really mad at me. And I'm just like, he's like, why should I care about these dumb kids if they get gambling addictions? And that's when it, like, really hit me. And I'm like, oh, okay, so you literally are, like, the most selfish person I have ever met. Like, bar none. Like, I stopped being friends with him after that because it's just like, dude, like, you don't even care about kids, like, getting gambling addictions. Like, you just care about your game. Like, you could care less if, like, anyone's suffering because of it. But unfortunately, like, I think that's going to be the case. Just people just don't care about other people. So
there's no reason for it. It is a net negative for the consumer, and it adds no value.
yeah,
I also think everything else is okay. I think pay-to-win games are totally fine. I do not believe I have the moral authority by force of law and to try to compel.
yeah, I don't like the energy systems in games and stuff like that. But yeah, gambling, like loot boxes especially, like basically slot machine behavior should just be completely banned. Like it should be illegal.
Somebody not to make a pay-to-win game. I don't think that I legally have the authority or the right to go and tell somebody they can't make a pay-to-win game.
Yeah,
I feel like that's
exactly.
invading somebody else's liberty, freedom, privacy, whatever you want to call it.
Just like you can't force someone to play that
But
game.
damn, bro, if you want to buy the best weapon in the game, it better just cost $20, not 20 boxes that are $5. That's it. That's all I'm asking. Streamers need to set the example.
No, they
Nobody
don't.
gives a fuck about a streamer setting the example.
was-
What happens
that was
if
a
they pay
dumb,
a streamer
dumb
$100,000?
statement.
Who the fuck would turn down $100,000 to play a video game? Like, what are you talking? What are you thinking about? But well, what's going on in your head?
No, the government needs to step in. It's the only way anything actually is going to be done.
Like, yeah, that's it.
So that was gaming isn't fun anymore. I would completely disagree. Gaming is still fun. Maybe he's having less fun with the current games out. Maybe he prefers a simpler gameplay loop. I have no idea. But like even like his arguments and stuff like that don't really hold any water. Unfortunately, I would have to completely disagree with you, Siggy Snake. And Asmon said it perfectly. So it's not perfectly, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like he covered it. Like you were only looking at the success cases and that's it. So all right, so next, that was a really long video, almost 50 minutes. Okay, this was a shorter one. Good. This is by Damone Kim. I remember actually watching his stuff back when he did New World stuff, but this one's going to be massive changes coming to V Rising. That is an interesting emote I have never seen. Your mind is being blown. Okay. Give the video a like, and let's take a look. Like, V Rising, actually, I liked it, but I don't think I really got into it. Like, I'm not really big on those kind of types of games. And when I was trying to do the game, I felt like I had to look up guides all the time, and it just kind of killed it for me. But we'll take a look.
Today we're going to be talking about one of my favorite.
Let's get that volume up.
Today we're going to be talking about one of my favorite games of 2022. For those of you guys who don't know, V Rising was one of the best games that I've played all year last year. It was only $20.
It was good.
This game literally blew me away and had me questioning a lot of AAA developers as to what they are even doing with their time, considering how awesome this game was to play through. Now, the reason why we're talking about this today is because a little bird on my shoulder told me that we could potentially be seeing the update that we've been waiting for finally. So if you guys haven't been keeping up with V Rising, we're going to talk about the dev update here and what that means for us as players. And we're going to get into some things that I'm really excited about. So let's go ahead and dive on in. So as we get into the dev notes, if you guys hadn't seen this, don't worry, I will post this link in the description box below. V Rising is just one of those games. It's one of the only games that I've played in a long time where after I finished the game, I felt satisfied with my care. Shouts out to Baymax. Now for the experiments and creations, they said keep in mind that these are only going.
I was wondering what he was about to say there. Satisfied with my care. Like, it just felt weird. And why are subtitles on? Is that something he put on? I guess so. But yeah, no, it really is a good game. But like I said, I just got frustrated with how much I was having to look things up.
Going to be some of what we're working on, not everything. Also know that all
But
of what you
might
read is
come back
subject
to
to
it,
change.
depending on what this is.
Disclaimer. We feel it's crucial to remain flexible and have the ability to let go of our precious pet projects in favor of ones that will ultimately be better for the game and the players. So the first thing that they were talking about here is multiple castle floors. One thing I really enjoyed about the V-Rising building system in itself was that it was so simple. For those of you guys who played Ark or played pretty much any other survival game, a lot of the snapping systems or auto snap systems were such a pain in the ass, especially when you started getting into different shapes of the walls and floors.
Yeah, Ark was like really bad with that.
However, V-Rising made it really simple where you could just like boop, 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 and design the castle that you want. It's one of the most enjoyable features that I experienced while playing V-Rising, and I'm actually really excited for expanded design possibilities with this. So as you guys can see, he's building a roof here. He's got like a little entryway, and I'm sure they're going to be adding a lot more stuff to that. Now, the next subject is they talked about the growing world. One of the biggest things that they've adjusted are visual appearances, because you guys remember how kind of plain and blasé that the courts used to look. But this is just an example of some of the things that are to come. They're also talking about adding like a quartz mine that we'll be able to get into and get access to this. So I'm assuming that quartz is probably going to be more important. Now, before you guys start rushing off and trying to gather as much quartz as you can on your private server, relax. Because from what I read in this article, there will be a full wipe anyway. So this is just for us to just kind of start salivating and thinking about what we're going to do once we get into the game. Now, this is one of the biggest things that I want to talk about here. In this photo,
I think it would make more sense if they do the clear full wipe if they were to introduce like seasons.
Graph you guys see here, you guys can see that this
otherwise,
is pretty much a workshop. Now, the thing that kind of confuses me a little bit about this is how they kind of worded this. They said, work in progress, a master glassmaker artisan in her shop. They said they want the areas to feel more distinct and alive, and there's plenty of room to keep iterating and making them better and more interesting in ways that are both cosmetic and tied to gameplay. On our journey to the new biome, you will also stumble into a couple of newly arrived and very dangerous V-Blood bosses in the existing areas. Now, that has nothing to do with this, though. What I'm curious about, though, is, as you guys know, we had like the little system where we would go out and we would capture, thralls basically, and we would come back and convert them, and they would be our servants. And depending on the grade and the quality of their blood, so on and so forth, would determine the strength of these servants. What I'm curious about, though, is a master glassmaker artisan in her shop. So I'm curious if we're going to be able to capture certain servants that work in specific functions,
like have bonuses and stuff like that to particular crafts
in our base, because I think that would honestly be a really awesome feature to implement into V-Rising, especially expanding upon the castle building system and giving players the opportunity to create their very own base. So if they did really a system similar to like Conan Exiles, where you
almost get to a point where you can literally create your own town and be like the dark lord of it.
We're going out, we're capturing specific things, and then we get access to certain recipes and crafting and, so on and so forth. I think that would be pretty cool. Or if we could just get like passive bonuses, so on and so forth, that, speed up crafting rates or, whatever. I'm curious to see what they plan to do with that. Now, as I mentioned before in the previous paragraph, they did mention new bosses. You guys can see this one here. I'm excited to fight her. I'm curious if this is indicative of a new weapon type potentially, because we know there are new weapons coming. We don't know if it's just going to be the one that you guys are going to see here, or if there's going to be a little bit more to it. Now, as you guys can see, there's another boss here. They said that new challenges await. There's a concept here of a new foe. They said they're also making changes to the current zones, some in similar ways, some very noticeable. One concept they're working on and hoping to introduce is the marketplace, which will be a series of trading stations present throughout the settled zones that serve as hubs for vampires to spend their hard-earned coins. Now, why I think this is cool is because we had literally nothing to do with coins before, right? Yeah. So, I mean, we had stuff to do, but the stuff that we would buy before or go through the hassle of, becoming a human and going through all that, avoiding the sunlight just to, access these merchants. And most of the time they didn't have stuff that we wanted to buy anyway. I think this will incentivize the whole purpose of us gathering, silver essentially, to go buy things. So I'm curious to see what they're going to come up with. I'm wondering if this is going to be gear, if it's just going to be cosmetics, if it's going to be special features. Either way, I'm excited to see, because in this photograph here, this guy's kind of a lower gear score. So I'm curious to see if the stuff that you can buy from the shop is actually going to be relevant no matter what level you are.
Yeah, I mean, it would make more sense if it was resources versus gear.
Or if there are different merchants, in different locations, if these other merchants are going to sell higher level gear or higher quality items that you can purchase, obviously for a higher cost. Now, as we get into this, they said they're expanding on trade functionality and added markets gives an option for players to be able to spend their coins on a host of ever-changing goods, allowing them to find other avenues for acquiring rare goods. This could be something as simple as gems that we haven't been dropping, or that haven't been dropping, excuse me, or something as rare and complicated as a weapon recipe. That could be really useful, actually. Or maybe you just really want drapes. Who doesn't love a good drape? Now, while the function of these marketplace serves the same purpose, you need to approach them differently as a creature of the night. In Farbane, nobody knows how strangely pale you are as long as you don't start any trouble. While in Dunley, you need to disguise yourself to get the deal done. So again, hoping that the incentive is there once we get to these shops. So I'm curious to see how this is going to work out. Now, one of the most exciting features of this whole deal is jewels. Okay, this is going to really excite my PvP people. This is going to really excite my PvE fanatics that just love to go out there and just kind of, you know, wreak havoc and kill everything.
So you could have just said this was just exciting for everyone. I don't know, like. You said both PvE and PvP.
No one feel like a true vampire. But they're working on a system called Jewels to improve the gameplay depth and combat. So players will be able to find, craft, and cut jewels to unlock new perks for their spells, making ability customization even more personal. Jewels will allow players to create stronger combos when pairing spells by allowing you to apply and consume various spell school specific effects into even stronger effects or triggering explosions, novas, forking projectiles, or more.
That does sound interesting, but at this, like, it's one of those things where you have to kind of get your hands on it to really know how it's going to play.
So it seems like they're taking a page out of, like, you know, Path of Exiles or like Diablo, you know, so
I was thinking Path of Exiles, yeah.
So with this is going to give a lot of customization. An example that they give here is blood spells will be able to place a life leech debuff. Unholy will allow you to summon more undead creatures in various ways, and so on and so forth. Now, the beautiful thing about this is going to open up class customization. So this is going to also open up the
like
ability for YouTubers and content creators, if you guys want to make videos on this game, to design your own custom builds. This is going to give you a way to say, hey, this is my OP necromancer build, or this is my blood mage, or my you know, cookies and hot dogs mage. You know, whatever it is that you want to create, this is going to open up a lot of possibilities. I said that you
well, we don't know. Like, based on what we're seeing just down here, it doesn't look like it's going to be much.
You can expect updates and tweaks across the board on all spell schools. It says that their ambition is to create a more dynamic and varied spell system, allowing for more combos and different playstyles, while adding a slice of randomization to new item types to make equipment more dynamic and varied. So when they say things like that, it makes me wonder if certain items or special items or new items are going to come with perks that also have skill mods. Again, a page out of Diablo 4.
Yep.
But
that'd be cool if they come out with tier
sets. This is going to make things a lot of fun. And this is also going to make things very interesting for PvPers. Okay. Now, they also talked about here, they said that something's coming, something unique, because they said maybe you're interested in exploring something totally new, something unique that nobody has seen a hint of yet. And then they show like some pictures and they talk about knowledge and hidden secrets and, you know, obviously a bunch of...
Maybe it's more of an actual like dungeon kind of thing, because I don't think Verizon really has anything like that.
Of improvements that are going to be coming along. So I'm curious to see what they have in their bag of tricks. There's some other stuff that they kind of talked about here, really just maximizing building efficiency and adding more building types and making sure that things worked as intended.
Yeah, just making the overall building part of the game feel better.
To this, though, they said that everyone must understand that with such a massive swath of changes to the world of Vardaran, it will be impossible to update an old save with the upcoming patch and remain consistent. So this is where I told you that they're deciding on a wipe. Now, with the new age coming, there's a host of other new things. as they talked about in a previous update, such as like instruments that you guys can see here, more customizations for the gardens and stuff like that.
And that's always
You guys
nice.
can see here that they're talking about more ways to exert your will with your servants, and this is what kind of led me to think about, well, maybe there's going to be specific servants that we use for specific.
It'd be really cool if like more games did what like Final Fantasy did with their squadron system, where you can build up your own like party kind of thing, like gear them up, level them, gear them up, kind of tweak them to the way you want them.
Rooms that give us bonuses and or access to new recipes. Obviously the new world, new areas to explore. If you guys watched my teaser video a long time ago when we looked into some items and stuff that were in the game files but weren't available yet, you guys have a general idea of what at least the new biome could look like if they decided to stay with that concept. Now, of course, they're going to be polishing new weapons and abilities. They mentioned new bosses in the other article. And with that, you guys can see that we have the two-handed sword here. So I'm also curious
cool.
if they are going to be adding more weapons like a wand style that we saw.
I'll probably
with
wait for this to come out
there.
though.
Just because there are so many additions to the game, such as caravans that you guys can see here, that they literally posed the question here, what rich loot could they be guarding, right? So they're adding a lot of new
yeah, you're like a bandit in a way. That's
functions, features, bosses, mechanics, interactables, different changes, the way that things and units and enemies and NPCs and AI and all that stuff, and how everything.
Look at that spider. Like it can actually web you.
Behaves. So there's a lot of big things that are going to be coming, guys. And so again, guys, I'm only making this video now because a little bird told me that we might be finding out something very soon here.
Oh, this was back on September 1st also.
As to when this update is going to drop. So I wanted to make sure to talk to all my V Rising fans out there and get you guys excited, because if you guys aren't excited about any of the game releases that are coming out this year, and you were.
I mean, I am. Like, there's a lot of, especially like, what is the Wukong game, I think, is coming out pretty soon. Dark and Darker, I think, is releasing pretty soon. So it's like a lot of games coming out.
We're excited about V Rising. You'll have something to look forward to.
V Rising, I think, is a very solid game. So
with that being said, guys, that's all I wanted to cover today. Let me know what you guys think about this. Are you guys excited for the update finally for V Rising that we thought?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I honestly thought V Rising, like, they just kind of left it and moved on to like V Rising 2 or something like that, because I didn't hear anything on V Rising, and obviously I missed this one back in September. But yeah, no, that's really cool that they have all these plans for it.
Thought it was gonna come last year in the fall, but didn't. Let me know that in the comment box below, and I'd be happy to assist. And
I do wonder if it's gonna be like DLC you have to pay for though.
Also, as we bring this video to a close, I just started a YouTube course where I'm sharing everything that I've learned in my YouTube career, from me being homeless to my best month, which I made like 50,000 in like a month, and I'm teaching all of my secrets. Man. If you guys are interested in learning about that, join the Discord. The premium classes will be at the top. You guys can pick the tier that you want, and just introduce yourself when you get there, and we'll plug you right into the system and help you get your content creation channel off the ground.
That would be funny, is after all that, he released another video on like my new best month, and it was the month he did this. Like, like, I don't know why I immediately thought was like, oh, well, you thought that was your best month, 50,000. Just wait until all these classes are, like, you get the money from all these classes. So, but yeah, good video. Yeah, V Rising. Honestly, did not think anything was coming out for them anymore. So, really happy to hear that they're still doing updates for it. All right, so before I do this last video, well, maybe not last video, but next video, I want to take a quick break.
dude.
Okay, so just honestly really went to get some more coffee. Not more, just like the coffee I had is already wearing out. Like I'm already feeling it. Okay, where were we? Oh yeah. So 5 things you'll never see in an MMO again. By Redbeard Flynn. Never seen this guy before, but figured I'd at least give it a shot, right? So I'm trying to think of what he's might be referring to, and I, off the top of my head, because MMOs is such a like varied genre. Maybe like survival type stuff you'll never see, but then like you have Ark, like games like Ark and Rust that already fill that role. So I don't know. Let's see what he says. We agree.
In my day, MMOs didn't have all.
Oh, let me turn this up.
You know, in my day, MMOs didn't have all of these fancy things, all of these quality life improvements. I walked uphill with shitty internet connection both ways to get my corpse. And we liked it.
That's right. Today we are going to be
I don't
talking
think
about
anyone
some
liked
of
it.
the things in older MMOs
Because if that was the case, there'd be more people on dial-up.
that we may never see again, or at least never experience quite the same way. So join me as we go into 5 things that you won't be seeing anytime soon, because they were unique to the time that they have. Number 1, ICQ or AIM, because there was no in-game global chat, no tell system, and no
ICQ?
friends list. The inspiration for this one was Ultima Online, which you'll be hearing a lot. Ages ago, when time began and the world was new, there was Ultima Online.
Yeah,
And
old
ICQ.
game.
Ultima Online was built without any sort of global
Owner
chat, friends,
preference
or
for
a
ICQ.
tell whisper system. Chat text hovered above your head and would disappear.
Oh,
It was all very local, and while this added to some of the immersive elements of the game, it created a logistical nightmare when trying to play with others. Enter AIM and ICQ, services outside the game that allowed you to keep contact.
AOL instant
ICQ
messaging.
though
Yeah.
had this infuriating requirement of remembering long strings of numbers for usernames. Imagine needing to use a really shit version of Discord for every single interaction in game, unless you were standing right beside someone. But even worse, imagine
Damn.
looking away from the screen for a moment and all the text your friend just wrote disappeared. That was what was happening early on in games. Number 2, hand-drawn maps, because there wasn't an in-game map or map tool. Inspiration for this comes from EverQuest. In just about any
It could come back though, because that's an artistic preference. And I think some of the hand-drawn maps are hand-drawn. They're just really, really well done. But it's like a person actually, like an artist drew them.
MMO out today, a beautifully drawn or at least very helpful map is pre-bound to your M key. But it wasn't always that way. When EverQuest came out, and for several years and expansions after, there was no map. It wasn't just that there was no mini-map. There was no in-game map at all. There was even a skill called sense heading, which would tell you your direction, and it was one that you actually had to train up. Shout out to whoever first found out that you could bind it to your walk key. Beyond that, there were things called slash locations or slash logs, which helped you pinpoint something. This was good for meetup spots without good landmarks or something to do right before you died, so you at least had an idea of where your corpse was. But speaking of landmarks, one of the coolest things to come out of this was a site called EverQuest Atlas, which made hand-drawn maps that reminded me of the type of art you'd see in a fantasy book. I distinctly remember using these maps in places like Frontier Mountains and Chardock to find locations and find spawns.
This is a lot of the stuff you'll see in like D&D to this day.
While they're no longer needed in EverQuest today, as the cartography system allowed you to create your own maps, or honestly now you just go to Brewall or EQ Maps and download the pre-drawn maps, but it's still a reminder of the innovation that came in the early days of MMOs, and just how scary zones could be.
I don't think it was innovation from the MMOs, man, because that was like D&D stuff, which I think predates MMOs. So
when you didn't know what was around the corner, or at least didn't know if you were in that right spot, because you were using a map that was not really actually updating to your location. You are just trying to find zone walls and landmarks and things that you could spot and say, oh, well, that must be where this is because it's on the map. Number 3, 25 to 100 person raids, no voice chat, only text instruction. Running a raid is hard. At times it can feel like herding cats, especially when some of those cats might be zoning out watching Netflix, or others might be determined.
Well, let's be fair, Netflix wasn't a thing back then, but sure.
Determined to top the DPS chart by any means necessary, including wiping out the rest of the DPS. Teaching mechanics.
Like back then, it was maybe zoning out playing their Game Boy Advance or Game Boy Color.
Your raiders can be time consuming and difficult, and you may often need to repeat yourself. Real-time adjustments are often critical, calling out different phases or changes in strategy. All of that today is done via voice, usually in Discord. Global mutes and other tools make this easy to manage and keep people on the same page.
Well, Discord now, but let's be fair, the first one was what, TeamSpeak? Forget the other one that was around before Discord, but yeah.
Mostly. But we didn't always have Discord, and no,
and in fact, a lot of games have like their in-game voice chat. It's just almost no one never uses it because they're not that good.
I'm not just talking about the days of
like New World's proximity chat. That's kind of funny.
TeamSpeak and Ventrilo.
What you get from that? Ventrilo, that's the one I was thinking.
These 20 to 100 people raids with nothing but your fingers and typing. Well into the mid 2000s, text-only raids were prevalent in games.
Well, the raids back then were also like stupidly simple, so you could just tell people like. I didn't play really much of these, I'll be honest. Like, no one I knew even played any of these. But, like, I'm thinking of, like, just what you would do is you would have, like, team leaders and just follow your team leader. Like, how they do it now.
Games like EverQuest.
For pugs, like, 'cause a lot of pugs do not have voice chat in MMOs. Like, current MMOs, like, pickup groups in current MMOs. Which is just randos, or a bunch of randoms. And in those, it's mostly typing on how people communicate with each other. So the way they figured it out is they'll place markers on the map and on characters. And you just go to where, you know, they'll say group, whatever group you're in, go to point C or something like that. So
any of you watching who have led raids, let us know some of the stories down below. Have you ever had to lead a raid by typing out every single instruction? Does anyone still do this? I am honestly just used to at this point being yelled at over Discord about the things that I did wrong.
Like I said, it's still a thing now. People will type out instructions in like random groups. So it's still a thing. I'm sure the markers and stuff made it way easier for current raids for that, but you could still designate like players like, hey, everyone follow this guy during this part, or something along those lines.
No, and a slight little bonus here on the use of text. In games, you used to actually have to use text to make things happen. There was no clicking and things like that. When you were in Ultima Online, it was vendor buy or vendor sell or bank to get NPCs to acknowledge you. In EverQuest, you had to be very freaking careful where your hail key was, your H, versus your attack key, because you could accidentally attack the person that you were trying to get a quest from or trying to turn in an item to. And if the quest NPC was a bit stronger, remember, you'd have to use the /lock right before you die, because you aren't going to find that corpse. Number 4 is going to be raiding and PvP on dial-up.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier with Ontario Valley especially. Oh my god, that was bad.
If you're an old millennial like me, that sound is burned into your memory. But if you're an old millennial MMO player like me, a scene like this is probably seared into your skull. Believe it or not, MMOs and dial-up once coexisted, badly. While what many consider the golden
Barely.
age of MMOs mostly arrived with broadband in the early 2000s, it wasn't until later in the decade that most internet users had shifted over. Ultima Online is the game that comes to mind most when talking about using dial-up internet.
Oh, for me it was World of Warcraft. I was playing Arteric Valley, and I remember lagging so hard that all I could do to contribute to the fight was to loot the dead bodies of because back then, like with Arteric Valley, if you know what it is, like you didn't skip each other. You Horde and Alliance just fought. They fought and fought and fought, and pushed like it was a back and forth. Like it was actually, I think, really interesting, and I kind of wish they went back to it. They kind of do in one of the BGs, but anyways, like I lagged so hard that I could barely loot bodies, and then I would bring the resources back to the NPC. Like even though like I myself was like pretty geared, like I couldn't do anything. By the time my skill would go off, I'd be dead usually.
That game released in 1997. By the time EverQuest launched in 1999, more than half of internet users in the US were already on broadband. And by 2013, only about 3% of US internet users were still on dial-up. So while that horrid screeching sound and the need for dial-up connections may be long
I think everyone
gone,
recognizes that
it's an
sound
interesting
still,
part
though.
of MMO history. Rip to anyone who had their
Even
connection lost
non-gamers.
because of a phone call while running from a red PK in Ultima Online. And number 5, our final thing that you won't experience in any MMO anymore. That first experience of an online world. And no, I'm not talking about, oh, you're never gonna have the great experiences you had with older games, the golden age of MMOs. This isn't about saying that older MMOs are better or anything like that. What I'm talking about is the very first time, if you played some of these old classic MMOs, you logged in. That time when the internet was less accessible. That time when we were less connected. When there were fewer ways for us to communicate with each other. When things like Discord didn't exist. When the internet was much less advanced than it is now. Logging into a world, a living world, and playing a game with your friends.
I mean, these worlds weren't that living if you don't count the players. Like, just to be fair.
Meeting new friends, lifetime friends.
They were usually pretty empty.
MMOs at the turn of the millennium were a way to connect when we had precious few ways to. It was a way to share adventure.
But the thing is, I honestly believe, like, a lot of people bring this up, like, all the time, is, like, it's harder to make, like, it's not as, like, people aren't making friends the way they used to. But it's also, I think it's, like, the individuals themselves not wanting to. Because it's, like you said, you have Discord, you have means of making friends, but most people just don't.
Adventures with people all over the world when many of us were limited to our streets, our towns, or our schools. It opened up an entirely new world, and for people like me,
That is very true,
a
though.
life-changing experience.
Like, you would meet people from all over the world. Like, it was really, really, really cool. Especially for that time. Like I remember when I first met, like, this dude from Russia. I was like, wait, what? Like, that was just really, really, like, to this day I remember it, so.
It let me be social when being social was terrifying. Now it's your turn.
Or even when I used to play, like, some anime-ish kind of MMOs, like, not Maple Story. I didn't really meet anyone in Maple Story, but, like, I used to play this, golf game. Pongya, I think it was called. I can't remember now. But I remember, like, actually making friends with, like, these two Japanese girls who were sisters. And, like, I know you can say, oh, no, they were guys, but it's like, no, we actually went into, like, a different chat. Like, we played a bunch of games together. I can't remember, like, which ones. It's all, like, anime stuff. But, or, like, anime, it's not anime, but it's, like, from the Asian, Eastern MMO, or whatever you want to call them. But, like, as in, like, we spoke, like, and I heard their voice, so that's why I knew they were girls. But anyways, that's, like, what was the cool part was that they were from Japan.
turn. Tell us your stories. Tell us about the horrifying times you went link dead when you really needed that connection because grandma needed to use the phone to buy something from QVC. Tell us about how your raid leader said everything in all caps to really get the point across and
They still
spam
do.
chat.
What are
Let
you
us
talking
know
about? Like, he obviously, I don't think he plays MMOs anymore. Or if he does, he only plays with friends, like in a Discord. Like, he doesn't do anything with randoms, because that is still a thing.
about the hand-drawn maps of your favorite MMOs or the maps that you would get in your collector's edition of the box and that you would have on your wall so that you could kind of see where you were going. Tell us about your memories. And I look forward to reading them all down below in the comment section. And if you want a little more MMO history, take a look here at this video covering 5 of the most amazing things that have happened in MMOs over the last couple decades. Yes, of course, that big thing that happened in World of Warcraft is in there, but did you hear about the thing in Eve?
Yeah, Eve's was much bigger.
I had never heard about that until I started reading.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how you didn't. Like, everyone was talking about it. Eve's thing was, like, absolutely crazy. Alright, so that was 5 things you'll never see in MMO. Like, I don't agree with some of them. Just because it's, like, especially, like, the hand-drawn thing. That's an artistic thing. So it's, like, they could still happen. If, like, an MMO comes out that just wants to be really nostalgia-based, or is, like, really trying to go into the D&D theme, then it could happen. And the other ones are just like, well, yeah, that technology is just old. Like, why would it happen? It's not like we're gonna go, like, get hit with a meteor and, like, technology is gonna regress 100 years, so. But overall, I think it was an interesting video. And this one, I might see another day, but there was, I think, a few more videos I wanted to see here. 1 second. Like, I saw these two, so.
There is.
You know,
Yeah, we'll just do this. 1 second.
Welcome back, everybody. I've got massive news.
That's really annoying. I can't, like, pause that immediately. But whatever. Alright. So this is, Penguins, 0 people are mad at me. I have no idea why. I just saw that and I was just like, okay, I kind of want to see, like, what's happened. Because to be fair, like, Moise, he gets a lot of crap sometimes for, like, really weird reasons.
There is a lot of drama and controversy surrounding slapping right now. And as a
Oh.
result, I've been wrapped up like a Christmas present in the
Yeah, because he's a big, promoter, was a big promoter of it. I think he still kind of is.
middle of all of it because for the last couple of years, I've been seen as the preeminent expert on professional slapping. I'm like the Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart for slaps. I can hear
Yeah.
a slap and I can tell you who threw it. I've
He
made
was, like,
so much
really
content
into
on
it.
professional slapping over the last few years. I love that sport more than a fish loves water. I followed it from its humble beginnings as a circus freak show side act at a weightlifting competition.
I do think he was a major component on why it's as big as it is. Not that it's huge, but it's way bigger than I think many were expecting.
All the way into what it's blossomed into today, an entire industry and silly niche sport. And as a
Yeah.
result, I've been catching a lot of blame for what's recently unfolded with Power Slap.
Is that the one where, like, they legit got really bad, like, injured?
Power Slap is Dana White's new slapping sport, and it is remarkably dangerous. And I'm sure if you've been on Twitter today, you've seen the viral clips from episode 1 with the wild knockouts that look like someone getting hit by 5 different trains from all angles. It's
What?
very brutal. And since I've covered slapping for so long, people are blaming me for bringing it to Dana White's attention, as if I'm just like
Who's
his little
Dana
court
White?
jester who's keeping him up to date on things like slapping. He and I aren't friends. I've never spoken to him in my life. I'm not a fan of Dana White. I think the way he treats the UFC fighters is a fucking joke. I think it's criminal how bad their contracts are. And I have absolutely nothing to do with Power Slap. But I feel the need to defend myself because for a lot of people, especially UFC fans, they're looking at me as the supervillain, like the mustache twirling evil guy behind the scenes, the puppet master that made Dana White dance, which I actually find extremely entertaining.
Dana White's Power Slap TV rankings tanked despite strong lead in from AEF or AEW Pro Wrestling.
because Power Slap flopped harder than Morbius.
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't ever like a big thing. Like like he mentioned, it was niche.
This did not do well for him. Dana White's invested millions upon millions of dollars in this,
What?
expecting it to be a smash hit, and the only thing it smashed was his fucking wallet here. So if I truly did influence his perception of how popular slapping was, I find that to be a great joke because he invested so much money into it only for the reality to slap him in the face. Contrary to popular belief, I don't like Power Slap. I don't like what Dana White is doing with it, and I'll explain why. What he's doing is significantly more dangerous than the slap fighting that I enjoy, such as Slap
What is he
Fight
doing?
Championship.
I mean, it's a slap fighting. Like, how much can you do difference? Like, are you able to hold a brick? Like, what's happening?
There is a very strict set of rules as well as medical supervision and regulations that they follow to
Makes
ensure that
sense.
people aren't just getting hit with fucking frying pans and forgetting who they are and where they were. Now, of course, by the very nature of this, it's dangerous. Everyone knows that, including the slappers, and everyone also knows it's dumb. That's not some secret, it's not a deep cut. Everyone knows it's stupid. And they do everything they can
But it's
to
entertaining.
make it as
Yeah.
safe as possible, except in Dana White's Power Slap. The whole thing is just supposed to be like a wow, this is silly shit that I can't look away from. That's like, ask anyone who is in the slapping scene. Even the owner of Slap Fight Championship, JT, will tell you it's just a fun, over-the-top, goofy sport. But he has a set of rules that keep it as safe as possible for the athletes. Rules that aren't being followed by Power Slap, even though they do borrow some of the best slappers in the world for the show. I want to show you the clip now that's floating around, and then I'm going to go over the key differences. Now, this is one of a few viral tweets that's floating around. This one is coming from an actual neuroscientist who's talking about the brain injury because after he gets knocked out, he goes into what's called the fencing position. It's actually a pretty
That does not
terrifying
look
thing,
good.
and I have no
Yeah.
doubt that this guy really did suffer greatly from this. And he's far from alone. This isn't some, like, crazy accident that no one could have seen coming. Every knockout they show in the clips that's floating around are all pretty devastating, and I'm sure they will have
Jeez.
residual effects for quite some time as a result. Now, to the untrained eye, this seems like business as usual for slapping sports,
It
but
does.
there's
What's
actually some
different?
very key differences. The first, and in my opinion, one of the biggest problems, is the absence of the no-stepping rule. Now, to be
I did see that because they were leaning into those hits, which I don't remember seeing in the other slap fight.
fair, they do have stepping listed as one of the fouls, but it's not enforced in the actual show, so it might as well just not have even been written down in the first place. It basically is absent. In normal slapping tournaments, you're not allowed to step into your slaps. It's all just upper body rotation. You can't be like, doing like a Happy Gilmore up to the barrel and then slapping them on the way
Yeah.
by with a drive-by. Because obviously when you're stepping into a slap,
putting your whole body.
generating significantly more power with it.
Yep.
And since you're not able to defend yourself in slapping, they're taking the full force of this wallop. They're getting served a quarter pounder with quadruple cheese. It's
That's
a lot
crazy.
more force
How did
behind
they
that because they stepped
let
into
that
it.
go?
Now you might be asking yourself, why aren't they enforcing a no stepping rule if it's so commonplace? And the answer is because Dana White only cares about the spectacle of the sport.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. He has absolutely like no concern whatsoever for the health of the fighters. Like, not fighters, you know what I mean, the slappers. But it's still like, man. Like, can you not? Is it in the contract that you can't sue if you get brain damage? So that's why he's like, well, who cares?
And in his little smooth brain, he thinks the spectacle is just big KOs. So the more
Yeah.
KOs, the more people are going to get interested and hype and excited, the more people will watch it, which is more money in his pocket. So
No way. After seeing what I just saw, like, it actually kind of grossed me out. Like, that person, when they did, like, they fell over, they tried to get up, and they did, like, a flip. I'm like, dude, you're done. Like, that's not even fun.
So anything to really increase the amount of KOs, I imagine Dana White views as a positive thing. So they're not enforcing a strict no-stepping rule, which is leading to significantly more knockouts in Power Slap than in any other slapping tournament I've ever seen. Compare this to any other slapping tournament, and it's like 10x in Power Slap. And it's not just because of the no-stepping rule. They also don't really enforce clubbing. Another common rule in slapping is no clubbing. That refers to not hitting with like this part of your hand.
Yeah.
because at that point you're basically just fucking punching the person. It's like a monk
Yeah, I was gonna say there's martial arts with hitting with the palm, so
strike, like a monk palm strike to the face. What you're supposed to be hitting with is up in here. You know, I'm giving the anatomy of a slap right now, but this is what you're looking to actually hit someone with when it comes to
Exactly.
slapping. You know, it still generates
Man.
power. It's still
like they can step in and use their palm. That's no different than if like imagine like UFC, but it was just like a turn-based game. Like it would not end well.
nice, loud, Looney Tunes level noise with a slap, and it's still exciting, but it's not nearly as dangerous or potentially fatal as getting clubbed like this. That's very serious, by the way. There actually has been a fatality as a result of slapping tournaments
No.
where a famous strongman from Poland
you
named
serious?
Artur unfortunately passed away due to the injury he suffered in a slapping tournament. I actually made a video, I think 2 videos on this guy. Artur was this absolutely massive strongman. He was really cool, but unfortunately he passed away due to the injury he suffered in a slapping tournament. It was absolutely tragic, and it's why safety needs to be taken very seriously when it comes to this sport, which right now Power Slap isn't doing at all. It's like handing a loaded gun to a toddler in the dark. If you watch all of the KOs that are floating around on Twitter from Power Slap, every single one of them pretty much is a club. It would be called a club in every other slapping event except Power Slap, I guess. It is just non-stop clubbing.
This probably is gonna hurt slapping like as a whole, like as a sport. I'm just gonna be like, I honestly think like many people are just gonna be turned off due to this amount of damage that's being done.
There. So the fact that Dana White's wiping his ass with any level of rules that help the fighters not suffer life-changing injuries is pretty disgraceful. It's not because he didn't know about these rules either, by the way. He's someone who's clearly done his research on it because he's emulated and even taken things from like Slap Fight Championship. But for some reason,
he even
he's
has
not
it in the
actually
rules.
enforcing the rules
Yeah.
because he's too enamored with all of the knockouts. And there have been pretty much non-stop knockouts from Power Slap, it seems. Which isn't really something to be celebrating because these are real people that are taking this damage. So
And this could mess them up for life. And I have a feeling there's no recourse for them. Like they're effed, pretty much. Their family's gonna have to take care of them for forever. Like this is really bad.
I don't like Power Slap, and I don't like people assuming
If they even have family that would do that for them. Like you gotta remember, like there's a lot of selfish people. So I don't. Man, this is really upsetting. Like. I don't really pay attention to this stuff, but it's like, dude, what is wrong with this? This should be illegal. Like, just straight up, how is this legal?
that I do. I really think there's a world of difference between something like Slap Fight Championship and what Dana White's doing here. Like, I wouldn't.
Yeah, to me, honestly, I think Dana White should be sued by a class action lawsuit by anyone who was injured by people breaking the rules and him not enforcing those rules to begin with.
Be surprised if in the next episode they have like a halftime show where two.
Because imagine in like football, if all of a sudden like some dude put a spike on his freaking like shoulders and he was just tackling people and impaling them. Like, yeah, it's against the rules, but imagine like if NFL was like, yeah, but we're not going to do anything.
Two people just hit each other in the face with baseball bats until one of them loses their entire fucking head, just gets decapitated. Like it's just very clearly designed to just maximize the amount of knockouts, which I just don't agree with. So to all of the UFC fans that are upset at me for talking,
anyone who's upset at Critical is a fucking idiot, or Moist here is a fucking idiot. Like, it's Dana White. That's all it is. Because it's not slapping is the problem. It's the lack of ethics.
Talking about slapping and making content about slapping for.
And honestly, I do think this, I don't know if like Legal will even look into, or like YouTube lawyers will take a look into this, but this seems illegal to me, right? You can't just invent a sport that is like giving almost half the players mental disorders.
For a couple of years now, I really think you and I are on the same team. I don't support what Dana White's doing. Yes, I do love the novelty and the
look at this. I never do this. Subscribe, like.
thrill of watching a slapping tournament, but one that's handled professionally. that
Yeah.
does have the slap fighter's health in mind.
Or at least is enforcing the freaking rules. Like, that's, I don't know. That to me is the worst part, is like, because if you were getting disqualified for these things, like, no one would do them, right? Because it's not worth it. Yes, you beat the opponent, but guess what? You're out of the tournament, so you might as well have lost. And not only that, you hurt the person, so no one really likes you. So it's like, it's a lose-lose. It's why people don't really break the rules in the other sports, like boxing and stuff. I mean, they'll try to get away with it, but most don't. Not at the tournament scene.
Of course, I just recently made a video about one that was equally as dangerous as Dana White's slapping tournament, the one where that guy's face got like actually...
Yeah, but that was also like, that guy chose to do that. He went from, it looked like he went from one tournament to another, and like, that's, he wouldn't give up. Like, he just kept getting right back up. I think they should have forced him to concede after a certain point, but that one's like a more of a gray area than this. Only because this one, they're obviously breaking the rules, and there should have been a rule for no clubbing. Just because it's not much difference between the palm of your hand and an actual fist.
Completely rearranged. But that one I was talking about it being extremely dangerous too. But anyway, point is, I don't like power slap. So yeah, that's about it. See ya.
Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah, no.
Welcome back,
I hate when it does that.
There is a...
Like, power slap sounds absolutely bad. Like, not only bad, but it's really stupid. Man. That's crazy that that is happening. That's like if you invented a sport and just wanted to bring back the old, like, gladiators from, like, Greece. And no one's, like, batting an eye to it. It just seems to me like it's pretty obvious that it should be illegal if it's not. Like, it's just crazy. Alright. Next video, completely going in a different direction. Overwatch 2 blew it again. Pro team lawyers up against Blizzard in OWL Rebellion. What the heck is happening? Like, why is Blizzard always like the ones that really mess up their tournaments? I feel like it's mainly Blizzard that like completely fucks up every single time, or messes up pretty much. The same thing, yeah. All right, well, let's see what Blizzard did.
Welcome back, everybody. I've got massive news. It is a day that ends with Y, and that means that people are mad about Overwatch 2 again, which actually is worth talking about. There's quite a few things going on. I mean,
I don't know. I think like a lot of people liked that whole new change up, so it's not like a 2-tank meta. I feel like a lot of people have actually been enjoying the game that I've spoken to.
Number one, Overwatch League teams are now, well, seeking a pretty high-profile law firm in order to try to settle some of their grievances with Activision Blizzard. So I think that is actually a fairly major story, because a lot of the economics that are underpinning the Overwatch League and all those segments of esports, maybe as time goes on, we're realizing some of these numbers were in documents, but not reality. And then the problems of what happens when you've got a good game but a bad product. Well, to dive into it, there was the Battle for Olympus event. That was a step forward. It was relatively uneventful, but hey, fair enough.
No news is good news.
What has happened, though, is the Lunar New Year event in Overwatch, and right now fans are not impressed. Now, this is really something that speaks to a wider issue than just a single event. I think that's the thing to really keep front of mind in this one. It's not just, you know, oh, it's a bunch of piss babies being angry over not getting a free thing in a game. No, it's not that. It's overall concerns and whether they are being listened to and met. So, mechanically, much like, I suppose, the Halloween event, mechanically there are good things. They're bringing back to the arcade rotation 2 versions of Capture the Flag, as well as adding it back to Ranked, as well as the Bounty Hunter mode. So, yeah, you do have some gameplay to do.
That
seems pretty
solidly just thumbs up in terms of gameplay,
Yeah.
but that, as we'll find with Overwatch 2 in general, that's not where people take issue at all.
It is, of course, the rewards, and you may think, well, why are people just playing a game for the rewards instead of playing it for the sake of the game itself?
That's a dumb question, because it's like, why else would you play? Like, if I don't know. There's a reason why there's rewards, why you level up, why you can get gear. It's incentive.
we agree with you, totally.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it is Blizzard themselves that fostered this very extrinsically motivated way to play Overwatch. Overwatch 1 was designed to be a pretty damn rewarding game. People got used to getting lots of skins. That's a part of how they learned to enjoy Overwatch. So you give them more Overwatch, maybe even better Overwatch, but if you change the thing that they learned to enjoy, you're going to have issues. So what are then the things that every player will be getting? Well, everybody, if you're doing the challenges just for playing the game, you'll get the Lucky Pouch Weapon Charm, the Catchy Echo skin, which came out Lunar New Year 2021.
That
so
looks
it is an
pretty
old
weird,
skin.
but-
You'll get the Year of the Rabbit spray, game
sprays.
changer, the Year of the Rabbit name card, game changer, and the Hongbao souvenir, and also a few instances of 1,000 Battle Pass XP, which is kind of nice. But of course, Twitch.television. Because if you watch 2 hours of Twitch streams, you will get the Lion Roars victory pose for Moira. And if you watch for 4 hours, you will get the Masked Dancer legendary skin for Moira that was introduced in the 2020 Lunar New Year. So
they should have had it where either you play... Oh my goodness. Like, whoever at Blizzard is making these decisions is like... Yeah, I don't know what to say. Because it's like, how would you think they're in a vacuum? Obviously, players are going to compare the two, and it does not look good. It really doesn't. So what they should have done, at least in my opinion, was have it almost like the opposite. Like, have the really cool stuff as things you would earn in-game while playing it, and have some little extra goodies for watching. So at least, you know, some people will still watch because they want, like, the goodies and stuff. But I just feel like by doing it this way, yes, you may get more people, more viewership in general, but there's going to be a lot of players who are just going to be, like, looking at you sideways, you know what I mean? Like really, Blizzard? Really?
overall, I just think it's weird that, like, for what some people want, it's like, yeah, just go watch Twitch. It feels to me whenever they have to resort to what I will call inorganic engagement, that to me is like an indicator that, number one, the marketing team are just trying hard to do their best to generate those numbers, but that maybe this is not a good indicator.
Yeah, it's the same thing we looked at with...
Yeah, I mean, yes, you want to get your viewership up, but at the same time, this is one of the worst ways of doing it. Not that it's bad to do like Twitch drops and like rewards for watching Twitch. I think that's actually okay. But I do think that they should have it instead, like, if you're coming out with a range of rewards, right, for an event, like, I would say watching Twitch should give you the same rewards that you could have earned in the game from playing. You know what I mean? That way you don't feel like you have to play or you don't have to watch Twitch. As long as you're doing one or the other, as long as you're engaging in their game, you're getting the reward.
Dragonflight's launch of World of Warcraft, and you see, they've really ramped up Twitch engagement, but numbers aren't quite as high, and they've not reported like sales being anywhere near as well. So it seems like an initiative they're going across to try and get that inorganic engagement, because I guess having stories about numbers is more important than having organically people watching and enjoying the game. I think that's one of the holes that Activision Blizzard in general have dug themselves into pretty heavily. And it's the same hole they've dug themselves into with the, it's like you're playing Overwatch and not getting skins. That's like playing Diablo and not getting loot to a lot of people. I think that's an analogy that will make sense. It's just...
Yeah, it's like even though the skins don't come with better numbers, it's like, no.
Yeah, but that's what people play, like, get further enjoyment on is the skins. If that wasn't the case, Blizzard wouldn't be charging you for those skins to begin with. But they do. And they're usually the most expensive. So
that's the reason why they are doing this loop of gameplay.
Yeah.
It's to get the thing.
It's the dopamine hit that you're there for. Obviously, there's plenty of that in the game itself because it is a reasonably good game by all accounts. It's just that was like the extra little bit of frosting on top.
Now, of course,
the frosting's not coming.
There's swipamine, because you can swipe your credit card to get a number of paid elements. Do you want to get the Epic May skin? If you do, well, you can buy it. And it's newly introduced this year. But as we're soon going to see, people don't particularly like it for, reasons. Also, several older Lunar New Year skins, all previously available in the associated loot boxes from Overwatch 1. Those are, of course, just chilling out in the store. So, yeah. Now, that being said, we are recording this before next Tuesday. So, it is possible that there are more skins that will rotate in, but if they are there, then Blizzard have not shown them off in the press for this event. So, that essentially is a bunch of our situation. Before we continue, I want to take a moment to say The Pale Beyond, the video game that our team is developing, we finally got a release date. It is the 24th of February. I can tell you that since we've announced the release date, we've got like, just shy of like 2,000 wish lists. The trailer, the new trailer that we did has got the same amount of views in like one day than the previous one did in over a year. Overall, we got good buzz, got on Rock, Paper, Shotgun, Destructoid, and actually two fairly decently sized Japanese outlets, which is awesome. So check out The Pale Beyond on Steam, wishlist out, and on the 24th of February, you'll be able to purchase it. And with the self-promo done, so let's talk about people not really feeling great. So, number one, name cards, poses, etc. just don't have the same impact as skins. So, from the perspective of a lot of players, the event is just giving you one new skin and two old skins. Now, those old skins, original Overwatch players are probably going to have. Right? So to them, that's actually going to feel kind of bad because Overwatch 2 just represents them getting less, which is never what you...
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Like, the main issue there is that because there's a direct comparison.
You want your supposed sequel to be.
I would almost suggest that...
Honestly, I think what Blizzard should have done was try to be a little more, at the very least, similar to Overwatch 1. Obviously, there should be some changes to it because it's gone to a more free-to-play model. But at the same time, you needed to rebuild player... What's the word I'm looking for? Not trust exactly. Goodwill. That's what I was looking for. Like, the goodwill on Overwatch is, like, tapped out. I think it was, like, on its last legs, honestly. So it's like, they need to rebuild that up, and they are not, like, taking that into account.
Suggesting to the original Overwatch players, hey, you can get this thing that you already probably have, is probably worse feeling to them than if they got nothing. Because they're just saying, oh yeah, this isn't for you, sorry. Sorry, you're the loyal players? Nah, this is for people who caught up. We don't really value that much. There's a lot of those little things that might be ticking along in like players' heads going, I feel undervalued as a long-term player. That's just not okay.
Yeah, and like even to kick some of the Reddit comments, like kind of crazy the new legacy events or the legacy events are completely pointless and worthless. Yeah, I used to get so pumped for these, and whenever I was playing Overwatch, I'd get excited for them. My friends would get excited for them. But now, because you do not have the prospect,
like there's been plenty of times where I would jump in for those events. Like I wouldn't play the game without them, pretty much. And once I got done with them, I would stop playing and then wait for the next one.
Of getting the new thing without paying, the excitement is just gone, right? They've broken that link. But also, when we talk about the new skin, well, people are very quick to point out that it's basically just
isn't that a reskin?
A recolor of Overwatch 1 May with a
I was gonna say that looked super familiar.
New hat that's got ears.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very middling skin. Now, this would be a relatively small detail in the grander scheme of things in any other year, but because this is the only new skin that it feels to people to be, you could say, half-assed. I'm not saying it is half-assed, but it feels that way to the audience. That also does not feel great. It's like, hey, new event. There's only, this is the only new skin. Skins are the thing you care about, and you can't get it by playing, and also, it's not that good.
Yeah, combine that with people complaining about it being Year of the Rabbit and that being perfectly a match for D.Va in every capacity, you can tell that clearly this wasn't a decision that had a lot of, let's say, brain power behind it. This is likely something done quickly. This is likely.
They did not, the meeting for this was probably like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It's like how, like as soon as they mentioned D.Va, I was like, wait a minute, that's true. Like, how did no one bring this up on Blizzard's end?
Something just kind of blasted out instead of someone going, because in a substantially better game with events, you would imagine them sit down and go, okay, well, how do we do this right by our players? Okay, we'll have a free D.Va skin that really leans into the aesthetic of Year of the Rabbit. It really leans into everything. It maybe doubles down, because I think they haven't even done anything that really does that, even though it's so core to her design. Then another thing that I think is interesting, in the original Overwatch, if they were like, hey, get some loot boxes and buy the skin, you'd probably be okay. But now you're getting paid stuff coming in as a part of, well, people are already paying for the battle pass.
That's a pretty cool skin for I haven't seen that skin. Obviously, I don't think it's new because they weren't talking about it, but I think it's pretty
I
cool.
imagine, at least for VR. So it's that fun thing of, it feels like extra monetization on top of extra monetization that's already there, whereas everything before fit nicely into the loot box model. So it didn't feel like they were throwing extra stuff into the pile. It was just, oh, we're adding more things to the store. This feels like they're adding another layer of store on top to the overall experience of people trying to play. I guess the rationalization then is there's no buy-in for Overwatch 2 because it's free to play, so they can do this more. And that's sort of fair, but also just feels like I imagine people are going, well, I feel like I have to pay more overall, which obviously that's the
whole point.
Yeah, that's the point. But the people will start to twig onto that feeling and go, why?
I have to wonder if there's a degree of fatigue for this sort of business model, and
Has to be.
Yeah. I mean,
people only have so much money.
Yeah, exactly. Now, this is a bit rough because even in comparison to the Olympus event, this is a downgrade, which is unfortunate because at least when we saw the Olympus event, like, there was a positive trajectory. That's now, not really continued. And then people can compare this to previous times. Now, remember, this is back when Overwatch was monetized by just buying the game. And yes, the evilness of loot boxes. But at least a lot of people, they were getting those loot boxes for free while they were playing matches. And then they had weekly challenges to unlock new skins.
I don't think I bought a single loot box in Overwatch 1, I'll be honest.
So, you can see for all of these different years, all the content that the players are getting.
I actually wouldn't have minded them if they continue with loot boxes, but that the loot box, at least in particular, is in-game only. Like, you can only get it through playing. Or even have it as, like, Twitch drops. Like, if you want to do it like that, I'd still be okay with it. Just have it where you cannot buy loot boxes, because that to me is just gambling. That's what it is.
I suppose much of which is now just relegated to the store. Whereas this time round, it's just, hey, bunch of tiny things and a overall fairly shitty May. Do you want to hear only available via $20 or some bundle you don't care about? No, that's not what you want the community to be memeing about, but it is what they are memeing about. And when we actually go and compare, 2017 had 13 new skins, 2018 had 6 new skins and a new map, 2019, 8 new skins, 2020, even when the game feels totally like maintenance mode in 2020 and 2021, there were 7 new skins and 8 new skins. This time around, there's one new skin, 2 old ones for free, and the ability to buy a bunch of the old skins that previously you could unlock for free via gameplay. So, downgrade, right? It just is going to feel like a downgrade. And then that kind of brings us to the sort of the pipeline issue here.
Which is funny because I thought about jumping into Overwatch just because, I don't know, like I feel like the gameplay would be better without the 2-tank meta. Which is, everything I've heard about it is that is the case. And that was my biggest issue with the game. It just felt really boring, like turtling up and stuff.
The winter one.
But like this makes me not want to play. So I'll probably wait and just see how it goes.
Wonderland event in Season 2 was announced. The lack of new content was treated as a bit of a potential problem, right? And once again, that's an issue of like
lack of new maps.
Like Overwatch 1 content just being kind of...
My biggest problem is like you don't have to make the maps particularly good. Just make more maps. It's like you can adjust them later at some point. Even if you don't, it's like people just won't play them, but it's still they'll be excited that there's new maps.
Repurposed. So the repurposing then feels like not particularly good. The new content relegated to the store doesn't feel good, which does mean then that it just feels like Overwatch should have way more content available rather than them seeming to just reuse the old content as like a band-aid to just not having stuff. Now, Battle for Olympus, yes, it was better. There were new skins designed around the like Kraken gods, which is, I mean, awesome. I do personally love that kind of thing. But of course, that was also pretty heavily tied into into the battle pass, which means it doesn't really feel like a reward or doesn't feel like an event. It's like marketing to make a purchase. It almost begins to feel more like a banner in a gacha game. Not saying that it is a gacha game. It is like it mechanically is not, but it feels similarly like that, where it's like the new event is just here's a new purchasing occasion.
Yeah,
I mean, it always was that, but at least you had a decent chance if you played diligently of getting some of the new things via the event boxes.
Yeah, I think people, especially people who are working, because you were talking earlier about the potential of fatigue for this, like, I guess, monetization methods. I think a lot of players are getting smarter with that and kind of getting more aware of it overall. So it'll feel more like, oh, you're only willing to put the work in when we're willing to give you the money, despite the fact you're asking us for, generally speaking, quite often, a lot of money for not an awful lot of work.
Yeah, because it's 9 weeks is one season. And those can like hold 3 events. Those events have got bundles. The season has a battle pass. Like, just to like reinforce your point, that's a lot of purchase.
It's a lot of purchase, and to some it can be a lot of like content and a lot of reason to play the game. But it's when they're doing things that feel like, oh yeah, well, if you're not going to give us any money, we don't care about you. I think that's the overwhelming problem that people are facing when it goes, oh yeah, remember when your game used to be generous and now it's not generous, which is frustrating because sometimes you can make content and players will go, nah, thanks, I guess, but I have to pay for it. So it's like, it's part of the, it's not like, hey, oh, thank you for the content. It is, you've fulfilled your end of the bargain. You've created content for us to pay for. Whereas the events used to feel like, oh, I'm getting a nice bonus time. Obviously, there's the underpinning of this is an event. It's marketing time. We'll get tweets. We'll get headlines. We'll get people to go back into the game.
And loot boxes.
But at least it didn't ask for money a lot of the time. At least not directly. Historically,
yeah.
It also used to be upfronted with here's a load of free stuff.
It was definitely trying to like edge you into doing the loot box purchases, but you would generally, if you were playing diligently, like near definitely get some stuff, unless you're like extremely unlucky.
Yeah, I think it's to continue the theme of them digging a hole for themselves. They've wanted the heavy monetization market, they've wanted wheels, and they've done not literally gacha tactics, very similar in a whole bunch of ways of just the infinite monetization of loot boxes, the kind of, oh, keep buying. They've used a lot of the same tactics, which means they have the same problem, which is if they're not generous, if they don't have the pipeline to be generous, then they're going to run into the same problems that MiHoYo did every time they didn't give out tons of free gems whenever a Genshin update was happening or when something went wrong. And it's just players going, we're here for the free stuff. If we don't get the free stuff, we'll be angry. That's the culture they've cultivated.
I think what exacerbates this is they have a very aggressive cycle. I think this cycle being aggressive is because they really know like they need to come back with Overwatch.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about the goodwill. Like, they really messed up with that. Like I said, like, I was really hoping, like, with Dragonflight, them, like, learning their lessons, I was hoping it would bleed over to their other games. It kind of doesn't seem like that, though, which is a shame.
I think that's why they wanted to have those, like, 9-week seasons, right? As really a statement of intent to show, like, hey, we have a strong plan.
Yeah.
Look at what we can pull off. But that's probably meant that lots of content is done, like, obviously, ahead of time. It's not like they just shit a season. You know, they don't just make the next season during the season you're in right now, of course. So that does mean that there's only so much room to, like, redirect the ship. It's not small and nimble. It is a big ship that turns slowly because they have such a demanding content pipeline. I mean, just the fact that you have to fill all of those season passes with cosmetics while also doing new cosmetics for events, like, that's seriously busy, and they've obviously had to really just squeeze as much out of what they had.
But to be fair, they showed that they were able to do it. Like, you just saw where they were doing at very least, like, you know, around 8 skins a year. So it's not like it's unheard of. So it's not really, I don't know, like, I feel like it's not that, like, an excuse they can use.
And to people, when they feel like they are being squeezed more for money, and also the company are trying to just, you know, reuse as much as they can and be as efficient as they can, it's just not ending up in a fantastic, customer experience. And what's then interesting is that all of this is part of a big old holistic plan, and that's a plan that also includes the Overwatch League being successful. And the Overwatch League makes money via many different ways. Number one, it serves as a bit of, Halo products maybe not the best term, but it serves to be a big prestige thing, right? Like, Riot probably don't make money off the LCS, but they do make money off people buying skins and being interested in the game, and the LCS helps that out greatly. That's what the Overwatch League is supposed to be like, where they do that. So it's good for the game. They also earn money by franchise buy-ins for every season, which are insane quantities of money. And advertising, of course, learned how their advertisers ran away, and now we have a situation where the Jacob Wolf report is saying that the majority of Overwatch League teams are about to start a process of collective bargaining and have retained a
They're unionizing, basically.
British law firm. And to go into just what's in his report, and some of these numbers may shock you a bit because they are big industry highs, really shows, like, because Kotick was very bullish on the whole esports thing.
As you would expect. It sounds like he was like that with everything.
Now, is that because he genuinely believes in it, or is it because it's been very obvious to people in the know for a very long time that in esports you seemingly just get to add a zero to things? So the goal for these discussions is for the teams to be awarded some form of economic relief to promote sustainability after each franchise spent somewhere between 7.5 to 10 million in franchise payments over the past 6 years, as well as more than 1 million in operating costs each year to maintain their teams. For some teams, that means they've spent more than $16 million on a league that has lackluster viewership and no profitability in sight.
Yeah.
Now, seemingly, the leaders of Toronto Defiant are leading the charge on this. This is broadly in response to...
I wonder how most of that money comes into there, because it's like 7.5 to 10 million in franchise payments over the past 6 years, as well as more than 1 million in operating costs each year to maintain their teams. 1 million to maintain their teams? Like, how much are the teams getting paid? How many people are in the team? Like, I don't know, it seems like 1 million is just really, really high for something that hasn't made any money yet. Like, it makes sense that you would want, like, really good players, but I think, I don't know. It's hard to say where, because it feels like 1 million a year just seems like a bit much. Like, why are they getting paid? Like, I don't know if the money's going to the actual players. If so, honestly, it should be like you get like borderline minimum wage-ish kind of thing, I think. Like maybe 20 an hour, depending on where you live, I guess would determine it. But like basically you make enough to survive, and then your big thing is the bonuses for winning the tournament. You know what I mean? Like, I think the soccer is similar to that in a sense, but I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't obviously know anywhere near enough to really break it down, mostly because I don't see the information. But
the way that Blizzard restructured the league during the pandemic, which was in a way that, like, maybe they had to do it like that, but obviously for franchises who had high buy-in costs, that's an issue. Some buy-ins were like 27 to 35 million reportedly.
Buy-in into what? Like, I don't know what this term means against it. Like, as in, to even go into the tournament, you got to pay that? That doesn't make sense to me.
And I mean, you know how people don't care about the Overwatch League in any capacity.
No, who gives a shit?
I don't think it was even mentioned at because I know there's a lot of like the esports stuff at the Game Awards. I didn't see a single mention of Overwatch. Maybe
The thing with Overwatch is, I think it'd be fine. Oh, that's an unflattering picture of him. I didn't want to stop it there. But I think they should have just made it more like a grassroots thing. Like, just supported the grassroots, if any even came up. Like, instead of trying to do their own thing, like, hey, we're, that, or make it, like, very community-based. So don't make it, like, this big thing, just like, hey, if you're a team, you'd sign up, and, you know, we'll support, like, maybe 50% of whatever you guys pull in, like, as a pot. Like, something like that. Just so the community can get involved and actually care about it.
And pay attention. But it's always like...
Because I honestly felt like with Overwatch, like, the only people who cared about the tournaments were people who were in the tournament, not people watching it.
The LCS wins that after every year, and I think the LCS is the only time... Riot are the only people who can run esports seemingly properly as, like, a franchise organizer.
Yeah.
Every other instance of it being done well is grassroots-led. And it just seems like...
Yeah, exactly.
Activision thought, yeah, we could do a Riot do a bit better. And then just failed in every meaningful capacity and asked for far too much money and ruined all their teams and all their players. Cool.
Yeah, because, like, ultimately, if you set up this financial situation for your teams, like, who's going to take the risk? And we've continually had reports of franchise owners.
So when they were saying buy-in, maybe it was like, if you want to be a sponsor to our league, it was 28 mil. Like, are you insane? Oh my god.
Who, you know, were very sold up on the whole thing by Bobby. Franchise owners being very disappointed with the performance, which does make sense because...
Yeah, and it wasn't just disappointment. They were probably, like, literally burned from it with how much they lost. So, like, you put yourself in these companies' shoes, like, would you ever trust another one again? Like, you can't trust Blizzard. Like Blizzard failed it, and they're, like, one of the biggest out there in terms of, like, game companies. So it's like, would you ever do it again? I wouldn't. Like, it's not worth the gamble. Unless they, like he said, is like do grassroots where there is no like loss, even if it doesn't do well. And if you get a bunch of them doing really well, then you can go back to those guys and like, hey, you want to be involved? It's going to cost, a bit more, not more than like 28 mil, but it is going to cost you.
As Overwatch, I mean, come on, look at how it was poised to be a near globally dominant game and how they completely let that slip through their fingers.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, esports stonks are a wee bit down for Activision Blizzard, considering this is going on, which is a massive headache and probably threatens you.
I mean, it was also a case with Blizzard is they weren't working on the meta like fast. Like it just felt stale. Like they really messed up like overall.
Overwatch League's existence.
Yeah.
If these legal fees are high enough or these team owners pull out, no one's going to put a buy-in like that if they see this. So this needs resolved immediately.
Yeah, they maybe need to restructure things. Because, like, these quantities of money are massive, right? Like, when you talk about, say, Project Titan, Blizzard's big, famously failed project. And
70 mil, is it?
70 mil. Now, of course, that is 70 mil of dollars from, like, I don't know, a decade ago. So it would be more in today's money. But, I mean, when you look at the cost of all these franchise buy-ins, like, I heard somebody somewhere it be said that, like, Mass Effect Andromeda cost, like, in and around 35 million. You compare that to, it's actually getting quite close to some of these franchise teams.
Well, you maybe wouldn't want to make a Mass Effect Andromeda with that money. You might want to make something that does a little bit better than that. But the point is,
like a Mass Effect
it's an awful lot of money that could be better done with. And I think it was just Activision Blizzard getting greedy and saying, hey, we promise you this will be profit. Ha.
Absolutely. Like, they let their greed cloud, like, everything.
Where's our proof?
And I think the worst part is, even if that, like, it's not too bad to let the greed pull in, but it's like the fact that you weren't smart with that money afterward. Like, a good amount of content came out after.
We've got some numbers. We've written stuff down. Where'd you get the numbers? We made them up. We made them all up using projections from people we pay to project high numbers. Whoops. But even in other angles, you look at like their Hearthstone esports, which they've just shot in the head not long after, well, a good time period after they've launched Heroes into the Sun. Or like their esports initiatives just seem to be largely failing. I know the World of Warcraft stuff's doing, but it's doing fine, but it's like small enough.
It's always going to be limited, I think, in its growth.
Yeah, it's trying to be for the players and for that audience, as opposed to we're going to make the NFL, but it's going to be video games.
Yeah, and of course in Hearthstone, we recently found out that they are, and we'll talk about this in more depth in a future episode, but they're pulling back to the degree of a lot of people in the Hearthstone scene being just downright pissed. Now, one thing, I think the last bullet in the chamber for them is PvE. That's like, I mean, they can do a really good season or a really good event, but the only thing that can truly make waves is the introduction of PvE in 2023. So on top of talking about us getting back-to-back support heroes coming into the game, PvE is a thing. So Aaron Keller, he didn't want to give anything away in a recent interview with NME, but he did say that Blizzard is still finalizing how the content's going to be rolled out. A chance to tell Overwatch's big overarching narrative is something he's excited about, as he points out.
They definitely need to start out strong. Like, I'm just going to be straight up honest. Like, even if it isn't the greatest, like, in terms of pacing, like, the first content should feel like almost a full DLC by itself, in my opinion. Like, because it's, like I said, Overwatch 2 just does not have, like, a good reputation. So, if they mess that up, like, I don't know of many people who are like, we'll wait and see if the, the next one's good. It's like, no, if it's bad, it's like, well, like, I'm not even touching this game anymore. Forget it. There's other games I can play.
It's not something you can really do in the middle of a multiplayer game. We can go into a lot more depth and characters. The universe basically talks up all of that. So basically, Blizzard is still finalizing how the content will be rolled out, which to me is surprising. I really would have assumed that they would have had their plan earlier. Maybe it's the case that they want to be responsive to feedback, in which case potentially good. Now, because they did say that 2023 was, when it would come out. It does mean that Season 3 is the earliest time where that content can come out. And Season 3, I mean, yeah, it's 9 weeks after December 6th, so we're not too far away from it. But that said, if they're still finalizing how it's going to be rolled out, in my opinion, no way in hell we see it in Season 3.
Yep. And there's one thing that I thought was interesting was there was a couple of lore books and storybooks that were announced, and they have, I think it was around September or October time they're releasing. And I saw the Gamer had a headline suggesting that it is a small implication that Overwatch 2 PvE won't be out until the end of the year. And that's obviously that's a very small implication, if at all.
World of Warcraft Sylvanas.
Yeah, the thing is, in World of Warcraft, they do that at the same time quite a lot, where they'll release lore books and stuff that will be, hey, this is going to release after to either take a lot of points that we couldn't fit into the game and solidify them up like they do Sylvanas. There's the other version, which is here's a lead-in.
Yeah.
Here's like a Shadows Rising, which is going to set up some key events for people to pay attention to during an expansion. And then there's the third kind, which is just this can happen whenever, roughly.
Yeah.
Where it's just like here's like a fun little book, so and it's hard to know which one each one is, but it could be either before or after. But the problem I want to raise is if that sentiment starts to spread. Overwatch 2 PvE, they said 2023. It is 2023. They haven't said anything. They haven't said anything with Season 3. Then that's going to have players sitting going, when is this? Because I think, and this might just be something I've made up,
absolutely.
but I thought a lot of people were expecting it early this year, not late this year. So if some people start to, and this isn't even, it doesn't even have to be fair. It doesn't have to be correct. It just has to be what some people think.
Yes.
And if some people think PvE is still missing, they haven't
Or
said
getting
anything.
that feeling.
Where is it?
Yep.
And then they Google Overwatch 2 PvE, and the first thing they see is a headline going, these books imply that it may be towards the end of this year if they want to lead in with these books.
And on those books, so Sylvanas was a novel that basically had to come out around the same time as patch 10.2 or 9.2. And with Shadowlands, we essentially got 2 major patches in the room that you'd usually have 3 major patches. And really the big indication that we had fairly early was the Sylvanas book continually being pushed back.
Yeah.
And that was in line with the release date of 9.2. So I think that's, all fairly telling. Overall then, it's just a case of, goddamn, has this not presented issues? I mean, I do wonder, like...
I'm assuming you mean has presented issues, but I don't know. I feel like I may have misspoke there.
Sure, was it 20 million was the big number they called out early. So look, sure, I know a lot of people came back to the game. I'm just going to be fascinated to see what happens to those who stick, because I think the people who were the most sticky with Overwatch, they fall into a few categories. I think one of them is the people who generally just love the lore. Not that it's massive, but like they like the setting.
It is interesting.
They like how it feels. They
like
like
the
how the
characters.
characters feel.
Yeah.
And those people used to be very, very driven by collecting the skins and enjoying the events whenever they came around. You know, if the events would have
that was
new
me,
voice
to be
lines
honest.
or stuff. So those people are not really being treated that well, because this is just a flat downgrade from what they expected. So it's like they're losing those people. And on the competitive side, like Overwatch League lost so much of its really good talent, right? Who, you know, they're as soon as it seems they were able to get out of their contracts or the contracts expired, like the likes of Monte Cristo, just left to do other things.
Yeah, Activision Blizzard do not manage their talent correctly,
Yeah.
even as we see with CDL there losing Scump, the player who retired, and that's one of their biggest assets, and they couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to be across the board that whoever they have leading their esports is just wholly incompetent. Like, it's almost as if they hired someone who had quite literally no, what's the word I'm looking for? Not exactly experience, because I think esports is such a new thing that you're not going to have a lot of experience no matter what. But like just someone who doesn't care about the game and how the viewers watch the game.
They just went, I'll just go solo and do my own streaming because I have the audience. I have the audience, me, not you.
It was a total shit show behind the scenes for the Overwatch League. Like, I have heard that from sources in the industry. You have seen that in reports. A lot of those people are now going on to Valorant, right? Just other games. So, man, it's...
Yeah, I mean, if I was a pro player, like going into esports, I would try to stick with Riot's games. It may not be a guarantee, but it's probably the safest choice. So if you're going to devote your time into being a pro player in something, Valorant is a great one to do it. CSGO is also pretty good, though, to be fair. It is on the older end. So I don't know, like if I would personally, but like as a career path, like sticking with a Riot game makes more sense than almost any other game.
It's rough. This is all self-inflicted. They could have done the game like this, still had their bundles and stuff, but they could have just been more generous.
Yeah,
But it seems that like they don't even have the resources. Because if you look at a game like, say, Fortnite, it is fair to say that a new Fortnite season will have skins that you want to get because they're really good. Like the character customization in Fortnite.
You know what's funny? With Fortnite, I was actually really excited back when they very first announced it. I didn't really like the Battle Royale, like I'll be honest. It was interesting, but I didn't like the building part of it. Like it just wasn't my thing. But at the same time, like what I see what they do with the game, like the amount of seasons and like all the cool stuff, like gimmicky stuff they add, just to keep things interesting, like does make me want to go back to it. It's just I think because of like how big it got, like it's just too tied to kids. So I like see it as a kiddie game now.
It is really good. Its skins are really good. And even though, you know, I might roll my eyes at flossing or something, but their animators are like, you know, by the principles of animation, they are damn well implemented in Fortnite. So that's the situation with Fortnite where my experience hopping into it was I don't feel nickel and dimed. I'm having a bunch of fun. Turns out this is a surprisingly good game, of course, for me in no build.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm too crusty and old to build. That is for kids. I don't say that in a disparaging way. I purely mean I see videos of people playing competitive Fortnite with building, and it completely melts my brain.
It's a different
But
way to play.
that's just an example of big free-to-play, seasonal game, but it turns
that's
out
cool.
their skins are just so good that people want to buy them. But this situation in Overwatch is then just hilarious because it's not even like they're releasing these incredible fire skins and people feel so content and happy with the game experience they're getting for free that they just want to buy the skin anyway. Because I think with skins, you know, it's either a collectathon thing, in which case it needs to be earnable in-game, or it is actualizing on one's desire to deepen themselves into a game that they're enjoying.
That League does well with.
Yeah. Because whenever I'm playing League and I'm really enjoying, say, Kai'Sa,
like
I'm
stuff like that makes me want to play the game.
Get skin for that character because I'm really enjoying that character, and I feel like this is a fair return in value. It was even the same in Fortnite. I was like, okay, screw it. I will play Fortnite for a season to see what all the kids have been talking about. Turns out, yeah, fair, really good game. So I decided, fine, I'll buy one or two cosmetics, do the season thing to just see what doing a Fortnite feels like. And it feels better than Overwatch 2.
Yeah,
that's it. It's a hyper-competitive arena.
And if you want to be hyper-competitive, you have to have everything right. You can't just have a good game, you have to have a good product.
But wait. What about all the things that Valorant does? You know, you have to buy the characters.
Yep.
You have to buy the skins, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
And I guess that's where I just have to say, it all comes down to a thing called price anchoring.
Yep.
Right? Like you anchored people's expectations of value in Overwatch 1, so any deviation from that is going to either be seen as better or worse. People will naturally compare. Comparing things and seeing patterns is what our species does. So that's really the rough thing. And then it just seems that in terms of their ability to compete with some other games, they're not quite there yet. Even though I must say that if I fire that game up, I select Baptiste, I will happily play support and have an absolute blast as I become John Halo, because Baptiste is just running around with a BR and it feels great.
Yeah, it's even one of our guild members was saying he's still in Battle Pass hell.
Like a lot of these skins right here actually do look really cool.
But he then very quickly went, it doesn't really feel much like hell anymore because I can't remember the Ramatra's character, I think. And he actually really enjoys playing that and goes, yeah, I'm literally having fun with Overwatch 2.
Yeah.
It's kind of shitty in the other ways, but it's a fun game, so he plays it. You're like, yeah, that's what they're doing right. It's just everything else.
What they need to do better, though, and I believe Stylosa did a big old video on this, but there are just issues around competitive, like how it displays rank, the way that that's designed, that I think is not particularly motivating. If they can really nail the ranked experience and kind of just help, because I know that ascending rank in a way could be an extrinsic reward, but really it is just a player, like, it's essentially them playing the mastery loop of the game, which is one of the most like sort of sticky modes of gameplay, I think, for a game.
Yeah.
I think they just need to make that a bit a bit better and fix it up. But overall, that is our situation. We have rough days for.
Yeah, I mean, to me, like that second part, like the whole ranking up, like I really don't care about it. If I do, great, but I usually play the game like to unlock skins.
The esports of this game.
And it sounds like that's not really a thing you can do too much with Overwatch 2.
Rough days for the esports of Hearthstone, and content-wise, yeah, game's free to play. The events are worse. People feel bad. There you go.
Yep.
I hope you enjoyed my incredible analysis.
Yeah, bad feelings outweigh good feelings, and you can't have bad feelings in your game. That's what they need to learn.
That's it.
That's what the World of Warcraft team learned.
They learned it well.
Yep.
Simple as.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to in the beginning, is that, like, how is it that WoW's team learned it, but no one's, like, telling the Overwatch team, like, hey, we just learned our mistake here. You guys probably don't want to do this.
So that's the situation. If you'd like to help us out, check out our game. You can actually go and play The Pale Beyond. Our demo is between an hour and a half and 3 hours, depending on like
you read.
basically.
That's really cool that they made their own game. It's not my type of game, but that is really cool that they made their own.
Some of how fast you read, some of like if you really want to do all the exploring and stuff.
Yeah, if you take time, it depends on how much you stare at a decision going, shit. Which of these do I do?
Yeah. The sort of like big old game mechanics side of things, that does actually kick in kind of like, after the prologue, which the prologue, which is like 2 hours, is the demo. But anyway, you can check out our new trailer and wishlist the game. We just crested 75,000 wish lists.
Hell yeah.
Damn, nice.
So in my head, I almost want to say we have a month to get 100,000.
75 sales. Let's go.
Yeah. So hey, help us on our way to 100,000 if you are interested in playing the game.
Yes,
as
and
a narrative-driven sort of survival role-playing game adventure.
Yeah, or as what was it? Rock Paper Shotgun called it Frostpunk at Sea, I think.
Frostpunk 'em up at sea.
Frostpunk 'em up at sea. Yeah.
That's an interesting thing that they really have they advertise it on their channel, because if it's kind of a gamble, because if the game really isn't that good, which I'm assuming as like gamers, like they're gonna make sure it's good before they release it, but it's still like a bit of a gamble, because it's like if it's not good and people hate it, like the amount of backlash that's gonna affect his channel, like it's kind of crazy.
I will say mechanically, like we do have resources.
Yep.
You do have to manage your resources, or bad things will happen to people. If you like the vibe and the tone and the decision making of Frostpunk, I think there's a lot of crossover with our game.
I was actually just about to say that too. I was like, it sounds very similar to Frostpunk.
Obviously, though, we are not a city builder.
Yeah, and also talking about Blizzard making good games with bad experiences. Any bad experiences in The Pale Beyond are very much intended. You'll know what I mean.
I'm assuming you mean like whenever the story is pretty much like you're going to have to make a choice here.
Yeah.
Like really hard choices. It's gonna suck no matter what kind of thing.
And it's going to be oof.
That's what I mean, yes.
Yeah, we do try to make things feel pretty fucking authentic, which does mean, yeah, we'll go places. Or yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're going with a narrative game, that should be obvious, unless it's very light hearted, which doesn't really seem to gel well with like survival based narratives. So I mean, overall, like Overwatch 2 blew it again. Yeah, that sounds bad. Like I'm just gonna wait for the PvE, and if that flops as well, then I'm just giving up on Overwatch at that point. Maybe not completely, but man, it would take a lot for me to get back into that game. All right, so I don't. Let me see here. Oh, actually, I did see this by Narc. So it's from Narc, so you know it's going to be an Ashes of Creation video. So let's see here. The demand for PvP MMO is increasing? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. So the only way you would know if this was actually true is if the existing PvP MMOs were having a resurgence. Which I have not heard of anyone mentioning this, including those PvP MMOs, which I think they would. But we'll see. Maybe he has data that I've not seen, so let's take a look. Yeah.
Hey, what up, boys? So, random news has appeared for me to grasp like a vulture, desperately trying to keep my channel from sinking into the inky depths of However, you may have noticed there's no intro today, and allow me to explain why.
I think most people would not forget who you are. Like, you're one of the biggest Ashes of Creations content, like, updaters. And can't say creators because there's can't do anything with it. But yeah, I think while Ashes of Creation still has interest in it, like, I don't think your channel is gonna. Well, I guess in terms of like, it's your job now, right? So you're gonna need like more news to get more videos so you can get money. But yeah,
Why?
I don't think you'll be forgotten. I just think it would make it very hard to make it a actual job. Yeah. He's getting like weirder and weirder with these.
Fuck the intro, I ain't doing an intro today. Yes, that's right, your old man Knock has a backache, so let's inhale dangerous amounts of copium as we convince ourselves Ashes of Creation isn't dead on arrival due to its PvP systems.
No, I mean, even myself, who was like isn't interested in PvP, I wouldn't call it dead on arrival until we actually play it. That's really what it is.
Potentially turning the game into a cesspit of degenerates.
I mean, look at New World. It wasn't dead on arrival. It died like a couple of months in. So Ashes could be the same, where there's just an insane amount of hype for Ashes of Creation. So even if it's kind of garbage, which I really hope not, like, it's still gonna like succeed for at least a little bit until people like drop off like flies.
Who were never loved by their parents. But before we get into that, our patrons and I would love for you to grab yourself a Cooper Cola, because talking about PvP is a sensitive topic, and the recent...
No, talking about world PvP is a sensitive topic, and not even world PvP. Talking about forced world PvP is the part that's like sensitive. No one cares if a game really has PvP or not.
October last year, involving all of that PvP discussion, basically destroyed my channel. So well, why not do it again, as it's been at least a week since I repeated myself to farm ad revenue.
I wonder what he means by destroyed his channel. Did he lose a lot of views? I didn't notice that.
Now, with all that bollocks out of the way, I've run out of content, man. Please, send help. So our discussion today comes from the recent publication highlighting the weekly player numbers of Albion Online's unique PvP participation.
Yeah, but Albion Online has had an overall player increase. So obviously there would be overall more people PvPing.
Now, I've mocked Albion Online many times in the past because it's basically a glorified mobile game. However, it does corner the niche of the fantasy full loot PvP MMORPG scene. EVE is great and all, but one, it's basically a spaceship simulator rather than an actual game, and two, it doesn't satisfy that highly popular moment-to-moment MMORPG fantasy gameplay, and that's where Albion steps in. Don't get me wrong, Albion has its problems that don't really gel with me personally. For example, I dislike Albion mainly for the exact same reasons I never gave Lost Ark the time of day. I'm not an ARPG gamer. I find that style of gameplay very immersion breaking. That's not an MMORPG to me. That is a multiplayer ARPG, and that's okay.
By your same logic, MMOs are RPGs that are multiplayer. Like what? Like that?
Because despite that, it is still currently,
because that would make more sense on like Path of Exile.
As stated,
like Path of Exile is not an MMO. It's an action RPG that's multiplayer.
By these numbers we'll go over in a moment, the leading full loot open world PvP MMO. Before continuing though, I understand that Albion is more than just full loot PvP at all times, etc, etc. I understand it has different rules for different zones, and that does probably play a major part of these numbers we're about to get into, and we'll elaborate on them further in a moment. 115k players per week just participating in PvP is a very interesting statistic.
And then you don't even read that second part. Remember, there's a massive portion of the player base that don't engage in the PvP. And when they wouldn't use the word massive if it wasn't freaking massive. I'm assuming it's 90+% that don't engage.
Statistic. I obviously have no personal experience with the game, so please feel free to educate us non-mobile gamers down in the comments below, but I'm fairly confident its economic systems and artisan/caravan type gameplay loops are a major part of the appeal. And that is exactly the point here. An MMORPG isn't just one aspect. The success of an MMO comes from how all its interlocking systems actually function with each other. It starts with the gameplay, seeps into the social teamwork, the gear progression, customization, and overarching goals. If even just a single one of these don't work really well with all the others, you end up with trash like New World, a shallow
Dude, New World's actually kind of decent now. What do you... Like, jeez.
Attempt at an MMO without any actual talent or understanding that the
Dude, you cannot say they didn't have talent. Like, for you to say that, like, I want to see you come out with an MMO. Like, that's really messed up. Because it's like, they obviously have talent. It's more like it was their first game. Like, I don't know. Like, it feels like that's, like, way too harsh on something that, I don't know, you don't know shit about. Like, be real.
soul of an MMO is all about the progression towards endgame.
Yeah, because New World, like, its biggest gripe was, like, the middle levels. Like, I really like the beginning, really like the end. But a lot of people couldn't get to the end because the freaking middle sucked. And they did make some design choices that were just kind of bad, like the dungeon systems and stuff, but they fixed almost all of it. They've taken a lot of the feedback that the player base has given and made the game, in my opinion, like, just way better.
After all, New World has no endgame, and
like, I'm legit looking forward to New World's future.
And the slowly dwindling numbers reflect that pretty clearly. But
no, because the numbers have stabilized, and I think they've been increasing lately.
What about Albion? What is Albion's endgame? Well, as mentioned before, Albion boasts a thriving economy, and because of its full loot PvP nature, the economy is designed in a way that complements this by making the gear progression fairly short, a sign of synergistic game design that complements the core pillars Albion is trying to cater to. And that, despite its full loot PvP nature, is reflected in today's very successful numbers. This is what I want to discuss today because it's not about PvP or full loot or any one system that governs the moment-to-moment gameplay. It's about the synergies between the systems and the talent within the dev team designing a cohesive world governed by systems that reward us as players in a satisfying way that keeps us wanting to progress. So let's halve that copium and...
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, hopefully you actually will go into, like, the things that they're doing that, you know, makes you want to do open world PvP. Because I'll be fair, a lot of times it's fine. Like, I actually don't mind open world PvP. I just don't like it when it's forced on you, which is what Ashes seems to be. Like, that was the biggest problem with Ashes, is it seems like it wasn't really an option. Albion, it is an option. You don't have to do it.
And cute.
By that same tweet you linked earlier, they said a massive amount of the player base doesn't even engage in it. So
that transition. The reason why Albion Online is an interesting topic during this discussion is because of their gear progression compared to a traditional MMORPG. I think comparing their full loot PvP in tandem with their gear is a great way to highlight the motivation behind open world PvP. Additionally, this also allows us to dip into the topic of why survival games, which are full loot by default, thrive as a PvP focused genre and PvP focused MMOs don't, or at least according to public perception. As
yeah, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, so you're talking about those games. I'm assuming you're meaning like Rust, right? I would assume you're saying that. It's like those games aren't really that crazy popular with streamers. I would say, like, if you took away like the entertainment you would get out of it from watching people play it, I don't think the games themselves do like crazy popular, or well, I should say. Otherwise, you would just see way more of them than what there are. Like, you see Ark, you see Rust, and Ark, from what I understand, just isn't doing that well. Like, maybe because it's buggy as hell. But I don't know. Like, I'm confused on, because those games you're going into it knowing what you're getting, right? It is the game. That's the whole game is built around that. So it makes sense.
We just saw, Albion Online's recent numbers contradict this, as there is indeed a sizable audience who do like full loot PvP in an MMO. You see, throughout history, attacking someone
Do they like it, or is it just a effective way to get gear or something along those lines? Where it's like, I may not particularly like it, but it is good for getting such and such, so I'll do it. That's why some people will play, do raids or PvP or Mythic Plus. They may not particularly like Mythic Plus itself, but it is a good way to get gear for them.
in an MMO has always had motivations behind it. You gain something from attacking another player, whether that be honor from a game like World of Warcraft, crates from attacking someone's boats or caravans in Arcade, and many other motivational reasons to murder players in an open world. This is the expected gameplay loop after all, and it adds an additional layer of risk on top of your reward to the generally dull moment-to-moment gameplay. However, these games also, throughout history, failed to introduce adequate punishments for murdering people unchecked. This allowed certain
Yeah, like if you're ganking people, especially if they're lower level.
types of players, that being griefers or more commonly known as losers who were neglected by their parents, to run rampant and basically ruin as many people's experiences with zero repercussions. To make matters worse, 100% of these open world PvP games were also supplemented by a plethora of pay-to-win mechanics that tend to be deliberately designed to
I don't think the pay to win stuff made any difference. I mean, it can, I guess, in a way. But like even game like what was it, Mortal Online, I think, where it's like full loop PvP, I don't recall anyone talking about pay to win stuff. It's just it wasn't that interesting. So I don't know. Even in like Rust and stuff, it's you could technically say it's pay to win, but not really. I don't know.
attract this type of player, exploiting
I'm talking about like DLC and stuff I think you can get in the game. I could be wrong. I actually don't even play Rust, so I'm not gonna speak on it.
their desperation to feel validated as their pixels kill other pixels using unfair power boosts from these corporate Korean in-game shops. This shifts the punishment onto the
Oh, you're talking about Arcade. That I see what you mean.
person who was attacked and killed rather than the person who was doing the senseless killing.
That just makes no fucking sense.
And this has been a consistent problem throughout MMORPG history that has never been cracked down on. And that's because it exists for one reason and one reason only. Corporate
Makes money.
Korea makes a lot of profit from it. And this is where Albion Online is different to what we've had in the past, and why survival games like Rust or Ark thrive in this environment. You see, the gear progression in these games are designed in a way that any gear that you lose is almost immediately replaced with similar gear.
What is this graph supposed to represent? Like, you kind of brought it up without saying what it even is.
You've acquired throughout your time playing. The items and gear you have are not designed to be permanent progression. You expect to eventually lose this gear, and that's okay. The gameplay loop and the economy in Albion is designed exactly for this, and that is why the game is thriving in the current year. But thriving isn't enough to the public eye.
Is it thriving because of their open world PvP? Because based on what they said, that's not the case. It's more like open world PvP is accepted. At the very least, we can say that, but it doesn't sound like it's thriving. Otherwise, it wouldn't say a massive amount of the player base isn't even engaged in it. Like, I'm being perfectly honest with you. Like,
Of the average copium inhaler, claiming 14 and WoW are the kings of this genre. Surely brain-dead content that appeals to the lowest denominator is thriving, right? Just how Facebook and Twitter are the gold standards of social media consumption due to the hordes of brainless normies desperately trying to validate each other with minion memes and pictures of their dogs.
well, the thing is with MMOs, you gotta, and even social media, like, it's all based on numbers, man. So the more people engaged in it, the more success, quote unquote, the platform is getting. Like, so MMOs in general, like say Ashes or Albion as it is. Like it is popping off, like in terms of its player base. It's actually one of the biggest MMOs out there. But it wasn't because of full loop PvP. I didn't even know they had that. And yet, and in fact, most people I know who play it, when I did play, was for the crafting and like the almost like the single player aspect of it, where you just kind of do what you want. But it had nothing to do with the PvP.
The survival game genre is vastly more popular in the current year than every other currently popular MMORPG by a mile. But why is
Let me hear that again, because I think
game genre is vastly more popular in the current year than ever to validate each other with popular MMORPG by a mile.
Where do you get these numbers? So the average daily... I almost want to bring up Steam, like, because that one you can actually bring up on Rust, right? And see actually how many people are actually playing the game. I'm saying actually a lot. But let's see here. Rust daily players. It says like peak is around 176,000 in Steam charts. So no, that's not even a single good like big MMO, let alone beating them all. Like, okay, dude. Like that's what I like immediately when you said that. I was like, wait, what? Like that doesn't even make sense. I don't know. Let's see what it says. I'm sorry about Narc. Like, dude, just stick with Ashes. Like, don't talk about other things.
But why is that? Why does a genre
Well, it's not true.
that is inherently...
Unless you can show some numbers, and unless... I don't know that Google thing you just showed. If that was Google, maybe that's what the chart you were showing. You were talking about gear with this chart, but I have no idea what this this graph... Let me see here. I'm 837. Let me go back to this graph for a second. Like, what does this mean? Is this just like Google Trends? I have no idea. You didn't say what this chart meant.
A lot of profit from it. And this is where Albion Online is different to what we've had in the past and why survival games like Rust or Ark thrive in this environment.
See, that's what I mean. Like, what is this? Two what? Like 35? Is this the amount of Twitch streamers? Like, I have no idea. All right, I was around 827, right?
Current year than every other currently popular MMORPG by a mile.
The only thing I can think of is he's talking about like streamers, like engagement in streaming. Is the only thing I can think of, because any other metric, it's just not true.
But why is that? Why does a genre that is inherently designed for full loot PvP on a fundamental level blow this genre out of the water? Well, I think the answer is pretty simple, to be honest. MMOs in the current year are just dog shit.
What a joker.
Sadly, I'm only half joking. MMORPGs are, on a fundamental level...
I mean, to you. Obviously, to the millions of people that play it, not so much. Because if it was really that bad, I mean, they'd play something else. More than likely. I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, if it's stretching it.
Supposed to be massively multiplayer online role-playing games. Therefore, the Zerg mentality has always been the general PvP gameplay loop, quite the opposite of how a survival game functions. Zerging, for those of you lucky enough to be unaware of such brainless gameplay, is the act of a full raid, or in some cases, multiple raids, running around in a large, unstoppable group, wiping through players like they're ants being squashed beneath the foot of an overweight neckbeard. Not fun gameplay at all, but the gameplay that pretty much dominates all currently popular MMOs that feature any form of open world PvP.
Because it works. It's the most efficient.
A sad situation, but a situation that is unavoidable.
People wouldn't do it if it didn't work.
Or is it? So as I put Ashes of Creation in the title...
And was that Albion you just showed that was doing Zerging? So obviously your first point in bringing it up in the beginning with is like, oh, people are interested in it, like that's why it's good. And then, but look, they're doing things that I hate and think it's brain dead, therefore it's still good. Like, what?
Well, I think we'd better start talking about thin air, hadn't we? Starting with the question, what makes Ashes of Creation different to MMORPGs in the past that feature PvP as a major part of the open world design? It's important to emphasize going into this segment that Ashes of Creation is not a PvP MMO. It has and always has been aiming to be a PvX MMO, a game that is using PvP as a way to elevate the rest of the game through risk versus reward. But we'll come back to this in a moment because I want to break this topic into 3 main subjects for ease of understanding. Firstly, Ashes of Creation's
To be fair, Escape from Tarkov does the same thing.
gear, as far as we know, is aiming to be similar to your traditional MMO in terms of progression. Ashes is sandbox focused, complemented by
I don't remember this gameplay from anything else. Maybe they came out with a new trailer? Looks okay.
theme park elements, and the artisan side of the game plays a heavy part when it comes to progression, the economy, and player gear. There's a few interesting niches about the gear in Ashes that you guys may not be aware about that kind of changes the way we expect the economy to work. The gear is not bound to you, meaning, just like in Black Desert Online, you can wear, upgrade, and customize your armor as much as you want, then trade it to another player. It's an interesting concept that works very well for a sandbox-focused MMO like Black Desert, as it adds a lot of depth to long-term progression.
To be fair, people hate the gearing in Black Desert. Like, that's its biggest gripe. Not this part of it, but like, it's mostly like you can break your gear and stuff. But I've not even heard of like this being a good part of like the gearing system. So, I don't know.
Progression, one of the main reasons I still compliment BDO despite its pay-to-win garbage, and I'm excited to see how it will affect the economy and progression in a Western-style, social-focused MMO with zero pay-to-win. Furthermore, bosses obviously play a huge part of the progression when it comes to crafting legendary gear, so the gear that we wear is most certainly not aiming to be throwaway like it is in Albion Online, RuneScape, and the plethora of survival games we've mentioned today. Secondly, you do not drop your gear on death. However, that doesn't mean PvP player death is mere inconvenience. You do drop crafting materials on death, as in stone, iron ore, herbs, etc, 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 meaning the motivation for people to PvP you is to fuel the economy and add that aforementioned risk to your gathering exploits. Now, over the years, we've learned a lot about how this is going to be managed in terms of drop rates. However,
Is it just me, or is this like the... You're gonna lose the casual player base that just wants to like farm, collect, like who goes out and just gathers. Like, why would you attack them like that? It's like they're the most casual of casuals, and it's like, I don't know. I just feel like it's a bad decision. If it's forced, which is what it sounds like, there's no way to turn it off. Like, maybe, what did they say? There was going to be like areas that are PvP, which I'd be okay with. Like, okay, so if you're a really casual player, just don't go to those areas, right? To gather. Like, maybe they're better for gathering, but like if I was a gatherer, like I wouldn't even bother taking that chance, because it's like, okay, well, this will take me twice as long, but at least it's a guarantee that something will come out of it. I'm not gonna like get unlucky and have my time just completely wasted.
There's too much thin air in this video to get into the details of this mechanic, so instead we'll move on to the final, most important part of this equation, and the core reason why Ashes of Creation is far different to all PvP MMOs in the past that were infamous for griefing. When you murder someone who doesn't fight back, you are punished for it heavily. This punishment is called corruption. Corruption completely dampens your stats, removes your ability to interact with the city and its NPCs, which evidently shuts down your ability to use a bank, and marks you on the map for players to hunt you. However, the most brutal punishment for corruption in Ashes is that you can drop your gear on death, meaning the time, money, and effort you put into your progression is put at risk the moment you start griefing. The reason why these MMOs in the past were infamous for senseless griefing by degenerates is because the corporate entities
Well, that's kind of dumb. Like, so if you find someone AFK and you attack them and they just don't bother fighting back. But imagine, like, if you're playing a class that is dot heavy. I don't know if Ashes Creation is going to have something like that. Maybe. If it does, though, that class is going to be pretty rough. Because imagine you dot something up and then you realize they're AFK. Like, oh, dang. Like, I'm about to get hit with the corruption. Because I thought this guy was just getting the drop on this guy.
Pumping their game with pay to win simply didn't care, and punishments were never taken seriously for toxic gameplay. There are a plethora of ethical, meaningful ways to PvP in Ash's open world, and should.
But still, that is a good system, especially when you can have it, you can tweak it to where if you're a certain amount of levels above someone and you initiate the fight, if they initiate it, you know, that's on them. Why'd they attack a high level? But if you're like double their level and you attack them, you know, even if they get some hits in, there should still be corruption to it. Because it's like, yeah, you didn't attack an AFK player, but you attacked someone who couldn't do anything, who might as well have been AFK.
You choose not to participate in them specifically, corruption merely existing as a mechanic will protect you as a player who doesn't want to participate in that kind of gameplay. Steven made this very.
I don't think it's going to protect you, but it will heavily desensitize. No. Basically, it will really get people to be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't attack him.
Clear in October's livestream as they dedicated.
That is weird looking on the right there.
Significant time addressing the concerns. Intrepid do not want griefing ruining their game, and they're prepared to take immediate action against anyone who does, not only from an in-game mechanics point of view, but they're also willing to ban them should they violate the harassment policy within Ashes of Creation's terms of service.
Good. They really need to be strict with that, otherwise it's going to get out of hand quick.
Oh, healer, glorious leader, bringer of MLM and the copium inhaler himself, Mr. Steven Sharif.
I said this in the video in October when the PvP debacle was happening, and I'll repeat it again today. It's okay that Ashes of Creation isn't for you. In my opinion, the reason MMOs became...
No, it's not. It's not okay. Would you say it if it was directed towards yourself? Like if someone told you, like say Steven Sharif, all of a sudden started making a bunch of changes that you did not like, Narc, would you be like, hey, it's okay, it's not for me? No, you would have a bloody meltdown, most likely. So, I don't know, like, I really don't like that patronizing thing where it's like, hey, it's not for you, but everything about this game is something I like, so F off. Like, dude, just say how it is. Like, you like it, you don't care that other people may not like it, which is fine, you know.
Became so uninteresting in the current year is because they try to bend over backwards to please everyone instead of designing systems and gameplay that people want to be a part of. The risk is part of Ashes of Creation's gameplay, and I do believe, even if you personally are not a PvP player, the way it's designed in Ashes will remind you that an actual, living, breathing, social world with risk and repercussions to your decisions will hook you into the game far stronger than...
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to hook many people, other than people who already like it. But I think the thing with Ashes of Creations, I think it's going to be such a good game outside of that people are still going to play it. It's like Albion. Like the thing said, like majority of the players, massive majority of players do not engage in the PvP. They most likely, you know, are engaging outside of things out of the PvP, but all of that is so good that it's just like, okay, there's PvP in it, but I can overlook it. It's just like how people overlook pay to win, Genshin. People overlook the gacha and energy system. They don't do it because they like those systems. They do it because the core game is just so good.
How our currently popular MMOs do with chores and daily gated content that are designed in...
And that's why, to me, it makes sense to compare gacha systems and stuff to this, is because there are some people who do like gachas. Just like there are some people who like open world PvP. But it's not the majority.
Moral ways that prey on human flaws like fear of missing out and addiction. But as usual...
And to say that Ashes is not going to have any FOMO, I don't know. I feel like the game will have FOMO. It just, I don't know, just Feels like it.
I am just one nerd desperate for a good MMO, and my opinion means nothing without yours in the comments below. And as always, I want to thank my Patreons because they are the giant anime titties of this wannabe boomer's dream to talk shit on the internet. We got a lot of new joiners as of late, and you guys are truly carrying the channel through the thin air that is Ashes of Creation's development. So hey, what up, boy?
That was really bad timing, but he had this little thing here and I pressed it when I meant to pause it. So I don't know. I actually would completely disagree with this, in that, like, the demand for it is increasing. I really don't think that's the case. Just based on, like, Albion already being, like, it really popped off, so its player base has really increased. And because they have a mechanic with open world PvP, of course people are at least going to try it, you know what I mean? Maybe some of them like it, maybe some of them don't. Sounds like majority don't, but I don't know. Like, I don't see any kind of, like, demand for it increasing. I think it's more people just playing around it, which is fine. Like, I hope Ashes is like that, where it's there if you want to engage in it, and if you don't, that's up to you. You know what I mean? But, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. Okay. So, I was thinking more about this, and I immediately was able to think of, like, something someone would be able to do to kind of grief someone. This would also really depend on how they plan to have their gathering system and their tagging system for mobs. Because imagine, like, you're out in the world trying to get whatever you're trying to get to make your gear, right? And there's someone trying to troll you who's, like, a step ahead of you at every turn. They're always trying to, like, getting it before you. If it's a case where it's, like, older MMOs where if someone gets it, it's just gone. Like, you being, like, a little bit late might as well be, like, 10 minutes late because it's just not there. World of Warcraft has it where if someone mines a node and you're, like, right there at, like, arrive just after them, you could still mine it. It's still there for a little bit, I think like a few minutes. But if that's not the case here, and someone's just like always like trying to get the node ahead of you, or there's a group of people doing it where you're not able to get your thing, like basically you troll someone into finally hitting you, right? They've hit you, so they triggered the PvP thing. And as soon as they hit you, run into a group of monsters or mobs or a boss and have the boss and them kill you. So that way you never hit that person back. And they're going to get corruption. And you just come back and kill them and get all their gear. Or some of their gear. I don't know. Like that to me is just like, it took me less than a few minutes to think of a way like, okay, well, depending on those systems, you could do this. And even without those systems, there's still like, how does that going to work, right? If you hit someone and then they get killed by a monster without being able to hit you, how is that going to work? I don't know. Like, it's just stuff like that is why a lot of people are wary and like kind of bringing it up. Like, hey, are you sure you want to go with this system? Because it's a lot of time that the developers are going to have to invest in making this system work. To the point they could probably release a whole new expansion with the amount of work that's going to go into it. I don't know. Like, it just doesn't feel like the... What's the word I'm looking for? The reward matches the work amount. Like, because it's... You gotta remember, these are players. This isn't a PvE encounter. So it's like, for you to go over every circumstance or every possible option a player's going to have in a game like this, that is very freeing to begin with, I don't know, man. I think that's what the biggest concern is, at least for me. But yeah, Narc, would say I strongly disagree. That's what I was saying, like, he didn't really have numbers showing, like, actual PvP MMOs, like, popping off. He showed Albion, which happens to have PvP in its MMO, but that the same thing that was saying its numbers were high, we're also saying, like, yeah, but it's, like, a very small portion of the player base involved in it to begin with. So, I mean, not the greatest of it, you know, sponsoring, like, hey, look, PvP MMO is actually a good thing. No one wants to play it, though. So, alright. I don't know if I have any other MMOs here. MMOs? Videos here. Actually, yeah. Let's take a look at this one.
Features and playstyle of an
Oh, let's, So this is the best MMO features and systems I'd like to see in other games by Dying Legacy. And let's take a look. I'm not really sure what he would bring up, especially since he has Warframe up. There's a lot of systems with Warframe I do not want to see in other ones. What I do like is the whole modding of your abilities. Like that, I think Warframe did that probably one of the best in any MMO. Warframe's not an MMO, but any game I've ever played. Like, you can completely change up how your abilities work with the modding system that they have in place. Like, it's crazy.
Features and playstyle
So cool.
of an MMO completely cement and define if it's fun, accessible, and above all else, capable of retaining a player base. Sure, we're used to the choice of PvE or PvP, but we as players look far beyond the content itself for gameplay and features that immerse us in the world and connect us to the gameplay
That's
with
true.
activities such as milking cows, or taking a break from solving the world's problems through excessive violence or tedious fetch quests to play a card game in the local tavern. Well, that's exactly what my list is about. My top favorite gameplay features, additions, and mechanics that add an element of fun and...
I really don't care when they add card games in games. I rarely ever get involved with them. Because if I want to play a card game, there's way better ones outside of the game.
benefits to our favorite MMOs. Hey there, welcome to the video. I'm Dying Legacy and I play a wide range of MMOs to fill the dark, gaping chasm of my soul that your regular FPS or fantasy
True.
game can't fill. Fill me, damn it! With joy, I mean. Phrasing. Anywho.
One shot
Number
that, eh?
1. The job system in Final Fantasy XIV Online.
Absolutely, yeah. or how Final Fantasy 14 does their classes.
A large portion of us have a main character we like to use and play the most on. A character where we try to enjoy and participate in as much content as possible that a game has to offer. But a lot of games have multiple classes or roles such as tanks and healers, rogues, warriors or mages. And as much as we tend to stick to one single class or form of play, we do like to try other classes and roles that tend to require us to make a new character, which results in us dividing our attention among multiple characters that could take time to play and level.
It's also not just that, it's usually you don't want to redo things you had done on your main character over and over again. So like a lot of times you can unlock things with the main character and then you can just do like dungeon runs only on your ult.
That in time you may not even end up fully playing because you find yourself so far behind the game's current content. That could be locking your alternative character out of said content because you're not in a position to get level appropriate gear or haven't enough time on some form of power related system. In Final Fantasy XIV, this isn't a problem as the job system allows you to use any role or class, swapping and changing as you feel fit. And because it's all situated on one character means you're never really locked out of content or really behind. And it adds an extra layer of accessibility by switching roles and classes with a touch of a button. So you can fill a position in your raid group that your team might be lacking. Missing a DPS, then switch to a DPS. Down a healer, then switch to a healer. This cuts down on you dividing your attention among multiple characters by letting you play your character however you want, having every achievement or collectible gotten along the way, tied to you at all times. Never having to worry about getting a mount that matches your class perfectly, and never having to skip on raid progression because your character's role is always filled. Number 2, the leveling process of RuneScape. RuneScape doesn't do conventional leveling
like Skyrim,
World of Warcraft or Guild Wars 2, nor does it have roles such as tanking or healing. Everyone starts out equally as a nobody adventurer, barely able to feed themselves, let alone defend themselves. The entire leveling process is completely dependent on your style of play, skills increasing as you use them that contribute to your overall level. If you fish, you get better at fishing and your level rises to match that. If you decide to cook that fish, you'll then start to improve how well you cook. Same goes for mining, woodcutting, even thieving. Combat is done in the same way with learning how to block, slash, or even lunge. Your character
I think a lot of people would like
with
that.
the increase of these skills. Tying
with like how popular Skyrim is, like I would assume most people would be okay with it at the very least.
New to your character in a more meaningful way, rather than your typical kill X and Y, gain X amount of XP, and hand in a quest to get X amount of XP until you're max level, instead opting to level and progress with your style of play. Number 3, the modding system of Warframe.
Oh, exactly what I was saying, man. If you've played Warframe, you know exactly what this means. Modding in Warframe, and not like add-ons or anything like that, but modifying your abilities. Like you can change anything you can almost think of, like the range of the ability, the strength of it, and that goes like vice versa. You can shorten the range or you can make the ability weaker, but it doesn't just like weaken it exactly, but it reverses the effect. So for example, if you have an ability that slows them down, if you weaken it to a point it goes into the negative, it will then speed the monster or the enemy up, which doesn't sound good, but there are some scenarios where, you know, you want things to run faster so you can, you know, kill them quicker. They run to you quicker.
The mod system of Warframe dictates the overall strength, usability, and purpose of weapons, warframes, companions, and even your own personal battleships. Not only is it technically your progression system, it's the basis of your overall strength. Mods come in the form of cards that can be gotten from almost every facet of content, from quests, reputation, enemy drops, and even
just really annoying to level them up.
Just from destroying random crates and world destructibles, and can be upgraded to become stronger. The system itself is very straightforward. Find cards, make cards stronger, put them on items, and you do better. But obviously, it's a lot deeper than that. Cards synergize with each other, cards can combine 2 different cards into one and have equip costs, meaning you can be creative and create your own playstyle, as well as building yourself up to take on a wide range of situations.
Like, I think Warframe probably had more builds than any game I've ever seen that were actually viable, unlike Path of Exile, where there's a ton of them, but most of them are just not going to get you anywhere.
From pure damage to being tanky, or even down to how efficiently you can grind for items and drops. The mods themselves are deeply connected to the economy of the world as well, with players trading among.
So this is what I was talking about. If you see here, in duration, like there are some skills that will last a while. Either it's like a debuff or just like frost on the ground, whatever it may be. efficiency is, I believe, the mana cost. Range is, of course, just what it sounds like in strength. That's what I was saying, like, he has 199%, but you can do the negatives for almost all of these, from what I understand.
Each other and building.
I think except for duration. Because a lot of times when you get into the negatives with efficiency, it corresponds with more strength or more range.
The bulk of their overall wealth through them. When playing Warframe, you will spend the bulk of your time trying to gather as many different types.
Yeah, this one like changes up an ability that instead of consuming energy, you're going to consume HP instead. Like that's in every single skill like has stuff like this.
Of these mods as possible. Number 4, World of Warcraft Transmog Collection.
Absolutely. This is actually
system.
Yeah, would have to
Games
agree.
like Final Fantasy XIV or even the Elder Scrolls Online do customization to a greater and more creative degree, but World of Warcraft does one
Is the
aspect of
king of
character
it.
clothing customization better than any other, and it's the collection system. In games like Final Fantasy XIV, you're limited in how many clothing items and appearances you can have on the fly.
Which is a shame. And I know they talked about it, the developers of Final Fantasy XIV, in that the spaghetti code is just so bad that they just can't implement this system. Which tells me they just need a new system, to be fair. Like, if you can't do something like that, like, what else is, stopping innovation with this current engine and code?
As they are limited to storage and save space, meaning you eventually have to delete or discard your appearances to make room for newer or more sought after items that you want to use the appearances of. And in games like the Elder Scrolls Online, where you don't have a limit on the appearances you can gather and keep, you have to grind and buy the appearances separately to the items that use them, which a lot of the time have a vastly lower drop rate
weird.
that can be costly or time consuming to get your hands on. World of Warcraft, on the other hand, is extremely simple and much better. You buy, loot, or craft a piece of armor or weapon, bind it to yourself, and automatically unlock the appearance indefinitely to apply to your character at any time. No space restrictions, no extra hoops to jump through, short and simple, and a completionist's wet dream, and a sure way to get you to explore every nook and cranny of the world. Number 5, Black Desert Online's Quest Arrow and Breadcrumb Trail.
Really? I didn't even think about this. I played Black Desert a little bit, but I don't remember this being particularly good.
This is a 2-for-1. First off, the Quest Arrow, which is a very simple quality of life addition. When tracking a quest or task, an arrow will be displayed around your character, pointing directly to your next objective, meaning you could just straight up follow it without having to check your location on a map constantly, or having to...
It is nice. Yeah, because I think WoW has an add-on that I use that does the same thing.
Correct your course. On top of that, it's not very intrusive, neatly circling around your character. This also ties into its second quality of life addition, the Breadcrumb Trail. When using the map, you can mark a quest or position or anything you want really, as markers tend to do. You can then auto-run to that marker. Your character will follow the trail, plotting a course with the least obstruction and obstacles, meaning you can take time away from your keyboard as your character makes their way automatically.
I think this works with any MMO that doesn't have a mount system, or like a flying mounts kind of thing.
In a game that does...
In Guild Wars 2 also, they have flying mounts too, but they also have like the mounts that traverse terrain differently.
Doesn't have a dedicated fast travel, this feature is almost a necessity, but would also be a hell of an addition to any other game. Number 6, Guild Wars 2 Traversal Mechanics.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, with the Black Desert one, actually I don't think it's that big of a deal, whether a game has that or not. I don't think it makes any real difference. But definitely Guild Wars 2's mounts. Like, absolutely.
Guild Wars 2.
Like, they are the game you want to look at if you're trying to like put mounts in your game.
Puts a huge emphasis on exploration and travel. It's where the brunt of your leveling and experience gain comes from. It's how you find skill points and mastery points to progress and strengthen. Plus, Guild Wars 2 has a massive map to boot. So with that comes methods of travel and traversal that go beyond just getting from A to B, with mounts that can travel through portals of sand, gliders, trampoline mushrooms, fishing boats, and even a fully fledged tank. The mounts in Guild Wars 2 are far more than just traveling. traveling. The fishing boat is the only way to fish on open water, the jackal is capable of getting to regions and areas inaccessible by foot, by being able to use sand portals, and the raptor is capable of using attacks and AoEs to help open encounters as well as jump large distances. Mounts don't have to be just fashion accessories or gauges of content progression, they could expand upon the world and have meaningful use in the content that I would love to see in other games too. Number 7. The Elder Scrolls Online's class build system.
ESO's class builds. I don't recall this being particularly good.
By far, one of the most creative systems when it comes to character progression and strength in an MMO is the Elder Scrolls Online's use of gear and skill choices. On one hand, every skill in the game comes with branching paths of evolution, increasing the skill's use or even changing how it works entirely, with a vast array of choice with a limited amount of slots to use at a time. Matched with a vast array of gear sets that can be mixed and matched to create builds and
Okay, yeah, like the base of it though isn't that good, but it becomes just way, way, way better once you factor in the tier sets. Because they have actually a ton of tier sets in ESO. So I would actually kind of disagree with the first part. The first part to me isn't that important, or why it is so good. I think it's the fact that ESO has so many tier sets that can just change up the whole build. And like you can create builds around the tier set, which is what I think is where the satisfaction comes in for this.
And characters with varying and adaptable forms of play for everyone, catering for every form of content and situation from PvE to PvP to solo. Develop and create a character for any role or combat style, from straight up powerhouses to uncatchable thieves. The main premise and allure of the Elder Scrolls.
The only problem with this is that there is a pretty big disparity between bad builds and good builds. Like a good build character can take on like 3 to 4 bad build characters with the same level of gear, which feels bad.
Online is the creativity you bring to the table. No way is the right way, there's only your way. Number 8, the gathering and crafting of New World. My sole reason for liking this system so much is that I'm a big fan of survival and crafting games. Seeing trees fall down when chopping them and seeing diverse forms of herbs and foliage spread.
New World did, like, you could say whatever you want with New World. It did its gathering system absolutely the best.
Out and localized to certain locations, biomes and habitats. Even the act of fishing has a little more thought to it than just clicking one button prompt to accomplish a catch, which makes the whole idea of gathering a lot less tedious, and it lends itself very well to the crafting system, with everything having a need and purpose across many forms of professions and skills. You can milk cows also, so there's that. To me, these are the features and mechanics that sets these MMOs apart from others, and some of the reasons why these MMOs have as many players as they do in such a heavily saturated MMO market, where very few MMOs...
I don't know about WoW's transmog, but it's definitely like one thing that WoW did extremely well.
...actually succeed. But this is just a list of my favorite features, and it's really just an opinion. And I am extremely curious to hear your thoughts and your favorite features, additions, or mechanics from your favorite MMOs. Or maybe you disagree with my choice entirely, which I am just as curious about. So comment below and tell me your thoughts and share your favorites. And maybe I'll make a new list with features I either never thought of or from games I had never...
Yeah, I mean, like, the only one I would disagree with is the BDO one. Like, everything else I think is totally fair. And the BDO one is not that I disagree with, I just don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, auto running and the little arrow. I don't know. It'd be like, it's a nice quality of life thing, but that's about as far as I would take it. And the Elder Scrolls, I would disagree on why it's good. I think it's mainly good because of the tier system, the amount of tier sets in the game. Like, if you took that away, BDO's like class builds are actually pretty boring. Just at least when I played it. Everything else though, especially Warframe's modding, like I really wish more games did something similar. Because it's like deck building, but for your like whole class. Like, it's just crazy how much you can affect your character with. Like, it was just so much fun messing with that. Yeah. Made me want to play the game again. Honestly. Let's see here. Leveling process with for RuneScape. I think you could have used Skyrim as a better example. Even though Skyrim's not an MMO, I mean, more people know how Skyrim's leveling process works. But either way, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. I don't think it would make that big of a difference, but it would be interesting just to see. The job system in Final Fantasy XIV is considered by many to be the best version of it, so I would definitely agree there. Overall, really good video.